My name's Chad. I'm Brodor.
Oh. Are we doing an intro to this?
I'm Brandon. I'm Brandon who I got a headache and I just can't make it. Oh, my
I
head
saw
hurts.
the Muppet gif. I about died. Or gifs, plural, I should say.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, because you skip a game, you become a Muppet.
That's right. So, this is not Skies of Glass. This is Blades in the Dark. Welcome. We're doing a Blades in the Dark one-shot. There was a voting on our Patreon. We have our taste makers, and we threw a bunch of games at them. And for some reason, I won, and I don't know why. That's cool. People wanted to see Blades. So over the past week, we've been kind of making characters and kind of going through it and stuff. We somewhat skipped around or kind of half-assed did session 0. So per fear of the boot, this entire game's going to fall apart. Everybody's just going to hate each other. We're not going to speak to each other.
One shot can survive without a session 0.
So, don't know. We have here a handful of scoundrels in the world of Duskwall. So why don't you guys introduce yourselves? We'll start with Eric because it's kind of how I see it on the screen. We'll go Eric, Wayne, Mike, Dan.
All right. My name is Eric, and I'm playing Uncle Treacle. And Uncle Treacle is a spider, and so he runs a sweet shop called Fezziwig's Sweet House that is in one of the more sketchy areas of town. And he uses a lot of his day business as contacts, and he also has a few little scamps running around that does some of his message work, running numbers, things like that. My look is I look like Bricktop from Snatch if Bricktop and Tom Waits had a love child.
Ew.
I don't know who any of those people are, and I'm not going to look it up.
I'm just here for the ladies.
You don't have Tom? All right.
So I am Akaros, which I believe is just like a native of Duskwall.
Yes. Akaros is sort of the British, but this is totally not London.
Sure.
Yeah. They're the natives of Duskwall. Is anyone not playing an Akaros character?
I'm sorry. I am a Akaros.
All right. Dan and Wayne, you guys are Akaros as well.
Yeah, it made the most sense. I think because he was out to sea for a while, so I maybe thought Dagger Isles, but I would think this is probably where he's from, and now that he's no longer a ship surgeon, this is where he's returned to.
Most people are Karos, so that's cool. And Wayne, I think you said you were Karos, right?
Yep.
Okay. So Uncle Treacle, is that it?
Yeah. And do you want me to go through like my vice and all that stuff, or does that matter?
Yeah, actually, why not? Let's walk everybody through the character. The playbooks are not that long, so yeah. Let's hit it.
All right. So Uncle Treacle's his vice is pleasure, food, and drink. His favorite hangout is a place called Seven Squares Restaurant, which is actually a step higher than his normal social circle. So he has to like finagle his way in or con his way in sometimes to get the higher sugar content sweets that they make there. His vice is definitely like high carbohydrate rich foods.
Well, and like sort of a decadence too. I mean, it's like going to the high end of town.
High end of town, right?
Not supposed. It's a very class conscious world. He's not supposed to be.
He has a food fetish in more ways than just eating. So that he will indulge in that as well. Mm-hmm. When it comes to the rest of my playbook, I took for my special ability is Foresight, which allows me to help or assist a teammate without paying stress, which I'm sure we'll be able to get into that. And then contacts wise, my sly friends, I've got, let me get my sheet in zoom here. My eyes aren't that good. Selena, the information broker, hates my friggin' guts. But Jenna, the servant, loves me.
Oh, is that how you get into the high class
Right.
restaurant?
Yeah. She's got the hookup either through, she works at Seven Squares. She's also one of my regular side pieces. So,
Right.
yeah.
Gotcha. Cool. Cool.
Yes, Uncle Treacle is an odious, odious man.
All right, Wayne, who are you playing?
I'm playing Jack. He is a cutter. He doesn't have a last name because he never knew his parents, and so he has no idea what his last name would be. I grew up mostly on the streets, fell in with basically with one of the gangs early on, but was never actually a member of it. That all went really bad for him when a ghost possessed his closest friend and basically his mentor, and he beat him to death. And because of that, he was kind of thrown out from the group that he was hanging with because they didn't realize that the guy had been possessed. He gets by because he won the genetic lottery, and he's 6'4" and just huge. His face is extremely scarred because he ran into something on a job. He has no idea what it was, but it had claws and it scratched him up and it never healed. Basically that's his thing though. He's big. He knows he's big, and that's how he makes his money. There's always someone willing to pay him to stand there and look menacing or do bodyguard work or, just basically be a bouncer somewhere. He has he knows what he looks like. And so he's always just kind of assumed that any woman that was interested in him has to be just lying. So when his mentor decided that he was 18 and he needed to become a man, took him down to the Golden Cat, and that just made sense to him. It's like, oh, they want money. I understand that. I know what they want from me. And that's what he looks for in most of his life is what do they want from me? What are they really trying to get? So his vice is the Golden Cat because, like I said, it makes sense to him. He doesn't have to think about or try to figure out what someone's trying to get out of him. He knows exactly what they want, and it's money.
Cool. What's your special ability you took?
I took Not to be trifled with. You can push yourself to do one of the following. Perform a feat of physical force that verges on the superhuman, or engage a small gang on equal footing in close combat.
That's a good one. That one. We've had a cutter in the past who had that. It gets crazy. Did you say your background? I guess Underworld, I'm thinking.
Yeah, it's Underworld.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Mike. Who are you?
So Alexander Hayden is a well-read, though not formally educated, Akarosi gentleman. Young, stoic-looking, but extremely polite. Very, very respectful to everyone, addressing them by their name, by their title. Very, very genial. However, people that are in a discriminated group will tell you so-and-so isn't overtly a racist. However, there is a disingenuous way in which they speak to people, and that is how Alexander is with everybody. Some people see through it and some people don't, but he's polite, he's affable, etc. But it's a facade. He just assumed, watch you bleed to death on the street, as opposed to give you a sandwich when you're starving. I mean, he's a very selfish, self-focused individual. However, like a dog recognizes a human as a tool, Alexander recognizes that the city is a heinous and hateful place and will eat you up. the Achilles heel is that there are a few people in his life that have really gotten to him, that he's really gotten close with and been passionate about, and it's caused him a lot of pain and discomfort. So although he recognizes the necessity of working with others, he's apprehensive about working with people that he might actually like and respect.
Mm-hmm.
He is an artificer because Brodor is planning for this thing to have legs. So all of my special abilities and everything are planned on 5 or 6 or 7 game sessions from now, Chad. So I'm imploring the audience to make sure that this thing does indeed have the legs that I desire. Again, not very sociable, but very astute. So mechanically, I focused on study and survey and the analytical nature of which the way things work. So like the spider is able to look at a group of people to determine motivations and desires and manipulate them, that's how I am with machinery. Mathematics and certainty and science and even magic, those things have rules and laws that make sense, right? Mm-hmm. And I get that. But people make me uncomfortable because I don't understand them.
Right. Cool.
Let's see. What am I missing here? Oh, my vice.
Yeah.
So I am a very good customer of Veldrin the Psychonaut. He's able to get me a very, very rare form of drug called Jadan. And Jadan basically lets you hear the surface whispers of ghosts. Maybe it's auditory hallucination. Maybe it's real. But the secrets of the dead and the information they took with them is the greatest untapped resource the world could possibly know. We could possibly, all of those people who've had the opportunity to come back, all of the wisdom, the secrets, the knowledge they have, I want all of that.
Nice. Cool. All right, Dan?
So I am playing Dr. Proust, though, yes, though the fact that he is actually a doctor, a medical doctor by background, is going to be of very, very vague interest to any of you. When you go to the local, the asylum, I don't know what the version of like Arkham Asylum is here. I'm sure there is one. Mm-hmm. But he's part of a cult that is located in there where they're playing around with ghosts. I'll get into this more if we actually carry this on to a longer campaign. But the short version is that he is a whisperer, which means that he can see and interact with the spirit world as if it was part of the physical world. And he has an insight into the supernatural that was gained through a time he spent as a ship surgeon out hunting the Leviathans, which are like these demon whales that these people eat. And something affected him while he was out there. And when they brought him back to the asylum, there was a cult located in the asylum that did a mass suicide. And one of the ghosts of one of these cult members tried to possess him and found that, one, he wasn't a terribly pleasant place, and two, sort of determined that his madness was usable. And so the ghost went on instead to take over the doctor that is the head of this asylum, who hides his existence by virtue of being surrounded by crazy people there. No one wants to go. And my character's abilities, both to interact with the supernatural, to spread the faith, and also as a surgeon, have made him available. And so if you go to the asylum and ask to see the minister, as if you were looking for the asylum's chaplain, it's a nice way of saying you're looking to contract his services. Now, he doesn't take the contracts directly. He just kind of goes where the asylum points him.
Well, nobody pays the doctor. You pay the front desk.
Exactly.
That's just gauche.
And what he's asking for in payment from the asylum is just bizarre stuff, like mostly to participate in some of the like lobotomies or tree pannings and to study the textbooks and things like that. But he's not really profoundly motivated by money. He's in his own sick way a very religious person, in a very sick way. And he, I don't know what the prevailing religion is, so I'm just going to use Christian and Anglican specifically references, since this is totally not Victorian, totally not England. And
if the game has legs, then I can fill you in on they do have like religions. It's all like weird religions and shit. But yeah, that's fine till then.
Yeah. So if you go there and ask for the minister, that's who you get. And the power that I took is, hang on, I'm gonna get the name wrong here. No, I had it right. It's compel, which is when I attune to the spiritual forces near me, I can draw them into the real world and even command them.
You can try.
I can try. Yeah, I'm not saying I'll automatically succeed, but that's the ability I took. Is he can at least attempt to make spirits corporeal and command them.
Cool. And your vice is weird.
The vice is faith. Yes.
Yeah.
His bizarre faith, the cult he's in. That is his vice, his participation. And he has a belief system, which I won't bore you guys with. We'll just let it come out in game if anyone actually asks him. And so there you go.
Cool. Do you know what your fine spirit mask looks like?
I'm thinking it just kind of looks more like mostly like a leather headband, which with a series of lenses that come down over the eyes. If there is a full mask to it, it's going to be a relatively plain porcelain or even like leather mask. When I say leather, I don't mean like
bondage.
Well, yeah, I don't mean bondage. I also don't mean like plague doctor. I just mean like a cutting of leather that's been firmed up through boiling. With
I like the porcelain idea. That's pretty neat.
Yeah, it's going to be plain, whatever it is. Yeah, it's the mask to him is not important. Now I know it's going to be unique by virtue of him having built it, but like I said, it's mostly stuff. Porcelain mask with a leather band that has various lenses and focuses and pseudo arcane or whatever stuff he shouldn't be messing with things that are on there.
Right.
And otherwise, his dress is he's wearing a parson's cassock and what's called a Saturno hat. So he looks like this, somewhere between like a friar and Anglican priest.
So, Chad, I hadn't thought about what my scary weapon was until you just asked Dan what his mask looks like.
Yeah.
And it is a handmade mace with like those, the balls that have the spikes on them?
Yeah.
The spikes are all Leviathan teeth.
Blah.
Wow, that's kick-ass. That's super cool.
Cool. All right. Yeah, every playbook gets its own special stuff. That's one of the Cutter's things, is a literal scary weapon or tool. And the Leech the Leech doesn't get like a thing like that, but they get like chemicals and bombs and blowdorts.
Oh no, they're kick-ass. See, it's exactly what I was hoping. It's the closest thing to playing. Well, actually, that's not true at all. But I love all the gadgets and the utility of it.
And the Spiders, his thing, because the Whisper has the mask stuff. The Spiders thing is a fine cover identity. Like so Eric, be thinking of that. You basically have. They arrest you and they're like, Uncle Treacle, and you pick out, I'm not Uncle Treacle. I'm Danny Cockshirk. You got to let me go now.
I do have one rules question, which is, okay, so under the Physiker, which is not part of my character playbook,
right?
They say that Tinker is used for surgery, but under Study, it says, study a person, document, or item with close scrutiny to gather information and apply knowledge. Would you allow me to do medical work with study? Because of that phrase, apply knowledge.
Remember, it's not about me letting you. It's the conversation. You convince me.
Okay.
Because I'll be like, you say, well, I want to study this guy's gaping chest wound, but I think it's a study, and I'm like, well, you're going to be poking in there and tinker. It's like, yeah, but I'm going to be referencing this book, and I've got this anatomy, gross anatomy thing book out. It's I'm like, oh yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, we're going to go with study. So yeah, and to the audience listening, it's the whole thing about Blades is a conversation. It's is there a question where somebody wants to do something? I say, well, why don't you try it like this? And they're like, well, I think it should be like that. It's not about finding the right answer, the technically correct answer. It's about finding a conversation to have the most interesting scene.
Yeah, I'm going to admit there's going to be some feeling out the rules here. This is definitely an unusual game. I have never played this game before. It's just a 30,000 foot view. It looks like the rules are kind of a mashup of Fate and Spectres.
Yeah. I mean, I could do it.
Well, I don't want to get caught up into that, but
it is really its own beast.
I'm saying if this goes to a longer campaign, I may redoodle my character based on what I learn in this game.
Yeah, and actually, that's a really good point. Before we dive in here, too, because there's the possibility that this could turn into a longer campaign. I actually I kind of expect it to turn that way. I see this game as a prologue. So a lot of people have not played this game. Wayne is the veteran. He's not only played this game before, he's played twice under me with two different characters. So when you guys learn stuff about the world, about the rules stuff, and we transition, if we transition to a game that has legs, then absolutely we're going to retinker and rejigger and do all that sort of stuff. No problem whatsoever.
I wrecked Brandon's character, so he can't play tonight.
Roll.
I got a 6.
You got a, I mean, you did it.
Yes.
Wait, hold
His
on.
His butt is bleeding.
Hold on. Brandon, do you wish to resist? That's a no. He doesn't want to spend the stress. So, yeah, he's wrecked. Boy, is he wrecked. All right. So after that fine evening of wrecking
his ass,
so you guys have decided, like I said, that that's the setup for the game, is that you guys are a sort of proto crew, and you're kind of giving this for a test spin. Uncle Treacle has put out his feelers, and you got a nibble. Basically, there's someone, and that's how this whole thing is played. It's an anonymous, meet me here, neutral ground, blah, blah, blah. Your source says that their guy who knows a guy who knows a guy says this guy's legit, sort of thing. You've done a little bit of checking, and you're like, that you haven't actually done anything. It's not a trap. You're too unimportant for anybody to come after you yet.
Right.
But yeah, you've kind of checked your sources. Everything looks generally legit. It's just a meetup. So you guys, essentially, you let these guys know that at this time, at this date, which is to meet up at this coffee shop. The only sort of weird thing about it is that you've kind of had these feelers out for a little bit, and you've got nibbles that weren't anything and anything. Suddenly you've got a big bite, and the instructions are meet me at this coffee shop in an hour. Like, there's no foreplay, there's no dance. They're like, now, sort of thing. Which is a little interesting to you. So, and I assume you've told these guys, and
right, yeah. Put out. I've been massaging this group for to try and get them together for quite some time now. So now that it looks like it's going to be something, I'll call in the I'll send one of my urchins to go and round them up and say this. All it says is just Black House Coffee Shop, 1 hour.
Mm-hmm. So, not to belabor an urchin comes up to you and hands you a card.
Or in my case, the urchin comes up to the head psychiatrist,
right,
who then sends me out.
Yeah. So we'd have to role play that out times 3. Right. I assume you guys all.
I think that Uncle Treacle would actually go to the asylum and ask for the minister and ask, them personally rather than sending a kid, because the kid may not come back.
Yeah, these two you can send a kid to.
Right.
Actually, he's not wrong.
Uncle Treacle. I mean, he's a weird dude, but he's not stupid. So you don't make it very far doing what he does with weird high class food and being stupid.
Yeah, if this goes a campaign, we're definitely going to need a session 0 because I'll need to work through some boundaries because this character is really messed up, and I don't want to upset the other players with this. So I'll keep it on low. I'll keep it low key for this game.
Well, and not to get out too much of a tangent too, but because this is Fear the Boot, it's like, how weird is too weird? Like, you could have a certain level of weird that's cool for you, but then it's like making the ship list. It's like drawing too much away. So, which actually surprisingly, there's always that one character. Every Blades in the Dark game always has the one super weird character. It's usually the Leech, which you were going to be. Yeah. But the Whisper, which makes more sense.
The Leech or the Whisper.
Yeah, the Leech or the Whisper is usually the weird one.
Yeah, I'm going to try not to dominate the game with his weirdness, but he is really weird.
Well, and don't pull yourself back too much. This is a game of daring do and big actions. When the time comes, sort of thing. So anyway, you guys head to this location. It's a nondescript street. To kind of set it up, the world is industrial England. It's brick and cobblestone and gaslight. If gaslight was electric, smoking, acrid, blue, sparking light that is powered by the blood of Leviathan whale demons. It's dark and smoggy all the time. There is no day, and it's always nighttime. Between the sun is a red ember that hangs in the sky. Sometimes there are only 2 times a day, more dark and less dark, and this is normal. This is life. You do not know a sunrise or a sunset, and your families have not known it for generations going back. This is how life is. So,
Chad, as soon as I get the card, I go straight over there. Mm-hmm. I put an order in, and then I find a table where I can sit with my back to the wall, looking at the door, so I can see as everyone comes in.
All right.
I've got a plate full of biscotti sitting in front of me, waiting for everyone.
Mm-hmm. Jack is not exactly a high class sort of guy. This is not necessarily a high class sort of town, but it is a little above what you're used to. There is a lot of electrophasmic light here. You guys had to walk through a couple of gang territories, which again is normal. There's no non-gang territories. But you had to walk through a couple of gang territories to get here. And so you had to walk through different types of areas, industrial areas, fishing areas, housing areas, sort of stuff. And you come to this one, it's like a sort of island in the middle of a rundown poor area. The streets are taken care of. There's no potholes or anything like that. There are people out on the street doing business. I mean, it's not exactly the sun is shining and everyone's happy because it's a god-awful place to live. But, it's for this framework. It's like, there's no blood in the streets sort of thing. So I'm assuming Jack shows up first. You guys come in. Who would be like the second one in? I'd imagine Alexander because Uncle Treacle has to go, dig
sure.
Dr. Prost out. So,
All right, well, step in, dust off my frock coat. Even though it's not a fancy frock coat, it's my frock coat, and I do my best to keep it clean. And I look around for anyone that I may recognize, presuming that I see Jack over, and I'll head over and, ask permission to sit.
He
Go ahead.
does. So,
Biscotti? Number 2 Biscotti. I don't know what the number 2 means.
You look behind you and there's like a case. It's like a little coffee shop, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so there's like a small case on the counter, and it has like different cookies and stuff, and it has biscotti, and there's like 2 rows of them, and there's just like a hand printed card with a little calligraphy that says the word TWO on it on the biscotti. As you look around the coffee shop, there's a couple of people here. There's a woman behind the counter. A couple of the things you notice is that, it's a clean, decent place. Smell of coffee, whatnot. And you'd notice, like in the corner, there's a dog dish. There's a dog bowl with some food in it and some water in the dog bowl. You don't really see a dog around. You kind of look around across the street. There looks like a bar, like a really seedy dive bar, tavern sort of thing. Like it has windows, but the windows are colored glass, not like Sistine Chapel stained glass, but that green, red, small cut, thick, cheap glass. And you also notice that there's a board over one of the windows where it looks like in fact, you can tell it's been broken out because there's still glass on the sidewalk where it has been broken out, and there's a board over it.
All right, well, I'll step over, nod my head to Jack. May I sit?
Yeah. Biscotti?
Please, and I'll take one. And
You take a bite?
I do.
It's probably the single best confection you've ever had in your life.
Oh.
The question is not, why is it good? The question is, why the fuck is it good here?
Right. Swallow. Was that you, the window across the street?
No. I don't come to this neighborhood.
Well, I don't either, but all things considered, I certainly will in the future.
It's nice.
Take another bite of delicious.
I stand out too much here.
Jack, I presume you stand out, well, everywhere.
It's true. And he's just kind of watching the front door.
About this time, Uncle Treacle and Dr. Proust, you're at the top of the street, kind of walking down. There's people around. As you're walking towards the coffee shop across the street, you notice the tavern and stuff, and you notice this woman has come out of the tavern, and she's leaning against the doorway. And this is she's beautiful, an attractive woman, but rough. Like, this is a hard woman who's seen some shit. She's in a very nice dress 2 seasons ago, and it's kind of dirty, ripped up, tattered, and she is kind of, you think she might be drunk. She's just leaning up against the doorway, and she's kind of sneering and looking at the coffee shop and sneering, but not really doing anything.
Well, that's weird.
Proust looks around, almost a bit befuddled, as much as you can see that in his face. He doesn't have a lot of expressions, but in the sort of glassy-eyed stone face that he has, he looks around and his eyes don't settle on anything in particular, and He glances your way and says, I'm sorry, what's weird?
Oh, that hussy over there. She looks a little menacing for looking towards the coffee shop we're going to.
Well, then perhaps we should intervene, talk to her before she commits a sin.
I think that's her job is sin, but yeah, we can definitely talk to her. Maybe we can get her some coffee. She looks a little
No
tipsy.
one's job is sin. If she thinks her job is sin, she has lost her way, and we'll get that back.
Is sin.
No, lost sheep isn't worth pursuing so long as they are a sheep. Do you think she's still a sheep?
Oh, well, I don't know anything about sheep, but I do know girls like that.
Well, a sheep can be ill-behaved, it can be absent, but when you bring it back into the pasture and it is in its right environment and behaving in the right ways and supplying the things it supplies and receiving the things it receives from the master, it is still always, in each of those states, a sheep.
Well, keep your eye on her. Make sure she doesn't do anything weird.
Well, would you like to talk to her now?
We've got to meet with our crew. Then we can talk to her.
Your priorities are questionable for someone that describes themselves as an uncle to all mankind.
Yeah, I guess so.
Are you an uncle to someone specific?
Oh, I'm sure. My brother had wives in many ports.
What a sad story.
I suppose.
You two. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Mostly, I'm called Uncle Treacle from the kids that frequent my sweet shop.
Is that a euphemism?
You see these two kind of sauntering up, chatting with each other outside, and they're kind of keeping a side eye at the tavern. And you see what I described to them: that this woman who is kind of swaying a little bit, but she's leaned against the door, probably a little drunk, probably a lot drunk.
Hayden, is she a friend of yours?
No, sir, she is not. In fact, when I came to the coffee house, she was not there. I noticed the broken window and I inquired to Jack, and that was that. And now I'm on my third biscotti.
They have good biscotti here.
I very politely take off my Saturno and put it against my chest, and I set down my leather satchel as I sit at the table.
I don't know who she is, but that's a fighter.
Why do you say that, Jack?
Eyes of her. You look at her fists. Take a look at her fists.
I am going to study her. I'm gonna scrutinize. I'm not trying to affect the game. I want to look at her and try to study her for detail.
Okay, I want you to make a fortune roll. So because we are not on a score, so this isn't going to like hurt you or anything like that. When we're on a score, we do the horizontal ones. Those are the actions. When we're not on a score, we roll the up and down ones. Okay. So you're going to pick a trait. Now, which trait do you want to pick? You're
that would be insight.
Yeah, that works for me.
Yeah.
Yep. So that's however many dots you have in that.
How many dots I have in insight?
Yeah, because that's the up and down one.
Oh, that's the up and down. That's just on the left-hand side of the line.
Yeah, that's why there's that line. It took me a moment to figure that one out, too.
You have 3. Wow.
Nice.
Yeah, but it means his actions suck. He doesn't have enough.
I do. No. That was, I'm not trying to be that gamer, but that was kind of the whole thing.
Yeah.
He's a tinker.
One-dimensional, nerdy.
Yeah, like you said, you're playing the long game.
Yeah. He's a tinker. Tinkers always have high insight.
So you have 3 dots. Would you say you have any major advantage?
No. And in fact, I wouldn't say I'm at disadvantage, but I definitely don't have any advantages here.
Okay.
And I would argue he has an advantage of I've told him things to look at because I'm playing body
Obvious.
right now.
I buy it. 4. That works for me.
Okay, so I have an assist basically without. Okay, cool.
Yeah, and you said you have no major disadvantages, so that works for me. Go for it. You take
All
the
right.
highest one.
A 5 is my highest, sir.
Okay, so 1 through 3 is a bad outcome with a poor effect. 4 and 5 is a mixed outcome with a limited effect, and a 6 outcome is a good outcome or a standard effect. And then if you crit it, then that's like, so really, and to not bog down the system too much, it's like I don't like handing out bad things happen for every time. You're just trying to look at her and figure a couple of things out. You're not trying to, take out her spleen or something. So I will say that I have a couple of pieces of information that you have missed.
Okay. I
maybe-
guess ideally. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, well, I was going to say real quick. Shut up! 50-degree B minus. So, just real quick is just so you know, it is a mixed outcome. There are a couple of items that you missed that Alexander missed, right? But there are a couple of items that I am going to tell you that you do see. All right. What were you going to say?
I was going to say, essentially, I'm trying to figure out is she an experienced fighter or a hardened killer?
You notice 2 things, and you notice them from looking at Jack. You're an academic. I mean, obviously you're in the life, but you're not like, deep into it. So maybe like further on down the road, this sort of thing would click. But at this moment, there's something that you realize as you reach for your 4th number 2 biscotti, which is fucking amazing. You look over at her, and he's like, "Well, look at her knuckles," and you just see this sort of, you see a trashy woman who is trying to be high class and failing, and then you look back at Jack, and you look at his knuckles, and they're the same. Even though he's a big guy, they're split, bruised. He has bruises on his knuckles that have fresher scabs and wounds over those bruises. He has a network of scars on his hands. And even from this distance, she has the exact same hands. She's also a Scovelander.
Okay.
Blonde hair, blue eyes, Brunhilde.
So she's like something Nordic. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, I looked at that on the sheet you sent. I got read through the peoples, but then I'm going to look at Jack's hands, and I'm not going to respond, but I'm just going to get lost in thought, and I'm going to start studying Jack's hands.
Okay.
For just a moment, and then just I believe Jack is absolutely correct.
Would anyone else like to make any, not necessarily about her or about her or anything else, would anyone else like to? There is a wealth of knowledge here because this is the setting of a previous game. So if anyone would like to make any other rolls or anything to see if they observe anything.
When it comes to the woman or just in general?
Anything. Woman in general, whatever.
All right. And there's a young lady behind the counter.
Yes.
Does she have I been here before?
Do you want to have been here before?
Well, they have unusually good biscotti, so I would imagine so.
Oh, of all the people here, yes, you have been here before because you see these two going off about the biscotti, and they are like, this is the best dessert treat they've ever had. And you're sitting here and you look right at them and you say, it's the number 2 biscotti. And then there's a little sign, a little placard says number 2. It's like, yeah, it's number 2. No, you don't understand. This is the second best biscotti in Duskwall.
Right.
It is not the best.
It's the silver standard.
Mm-hmm.
I put down my biscotti, very politely wipe my face. Uncle Treacle, where is the first?
That's 7 Squares. 7 Squares has the best biscotti. And the
You
best.
hear this, the woman behind the counter goes,
All right, I got to give her a side eye and I go, Opal, you know I'm right.
every man is entitled to their opinion, and they're usually wrong.
And I point at the sign, and then I give her the number 2. Just like hold up 2 fingers, 2.
Yeah.
And then I give her a wink and a smile.
Your shop doesn't even have biscotti, skunk.
Are you looking to sell it?
See, that's just it. When you did sell it and say it was the number 1, it's because you bought it from us.
You should wrap it a little tighter.
Yeah. You should wrap it a little tighter, Treacle.
You knew about this and you didn't tell us?
Why would I direct business here?
She's like, he's got a point.
All right. And then I'll thumb I mean, just openly, well within the view of this woman across the street. I'll look at Opal and go, does she always stare at your place like that?
She looks over. Oh, that's Reese. It's less dark. She's only like half drunk right now. Does she have a fascinator? She like kind of takes out her glasses and goes, she's fine. It's not theater night.
I don't know what any of those words mean.
Well, the theater is a place, Uncle Treacle, where people go and they will watch plays, art, things performed, etc.
It's great. When they come out the side, none of them are fighters. But they all have money.
Wow. What a dick.
I love the theater.
Jack, do you roll actors and actresses after hours for their coin?
No, they don't have money. It's the people paying to see the actors and actresses. They're the ones with money.
I see. So you roll the patrons for their coin.
Yeah.
Admirable.
They like to bring lots of money to show off.
So, Uncle Treacle, you sent a runner to bring me a missive inviting me to have coffee. And while I'm quite thankful for the discovery of Duskwall's number 2 biscotti, why are we here?
We've got a score.
Well, wonderful.
We're just waiting for the connection to come.
Any inclination as to what the job may be?
No, they didn't fucking tell me. They just said there's a score.
No, but fair. I mean,
There's
no
no
need
need for coarse talk.
I agree, Doctor.
Oh my God.
Jack rolls his eyes.
This kind of goes back and forth for a few minutes. It's
I
not
do
long.
totally wrap Uncle Treacle's knuckles with whatever's nearby, like
A biscotti.
Spoon.
biscotti.
No, not a biscotti. Well, he's not touching the biscotti, but like a spoon or a fork or something, or I mean, nothing that I was like, cutting his fingers off, just like a Catholic school sort of thing. Just wrap his knuckles.
As like I said, you guys kind of go back and forth, like just for a few minutes. You haven't actually been here very long. You've only been here for like 10 minutes and stuff or such. A man briskly walks out of the back room. He's wearing a long trench coat, and as he doesn't stop, he doesn't look. He noticeably doesn't look at you guys. There's a dog following him, and he looks at Opal, and as he's walking out, he says, "It's time," and he just even strides, and he opens the door, lets the dog out, and walks out, and he kind of stops at the sidewalk and he says, "Reese, go back inside." And then he turns and walks down. This woman, out of her petticoat stuff, pulls out a bottle, takes a swig, and just flicks the guy off. Like, flicks him off so hard, you think she might have, like, sprained her finger. After a few minutes of, like, just, like, you feel the intense anger coming off of her finger. He's not even turning around. If a finger could kill,
well, they can, but yeah.
If this finger could kill from 50 feet away, he would be
finger could
dead
kill without contact. Yeah,
right. After a few moments, so when he says that and leaves, so all this happens at the same time. Opal kind of clears her throat, and she walks out the door. There are 3 other patrons, a couple sitting at a table and somebody else sitting by themselves. All of them say nothing. They stand up and they all walk out the door. They leave their coffee and their biscotti at the table.
I don't like this.
You guys are the only ones.
No, I stand up and I put on my hat and straighten it out, and I pick up my satchel and say, "It appears they're closing. Perhaps we should go someplace without being a burden to them. We shan't be a burden, shall we, Uncle?"
I think they're setting up for our meeting. I think they're clearing the house so that way we can talk in relative security.
Oh, well, this is all for us. So unnecessary, not needed for a humble man such as me. But I suppose it would be rude not to say, "Thank you, Opal." I tip my hat to her and then take it back off and sit down.
As she's walking out the door, she kind of like gives you a nod and then just walks out. They don't seem like scared or hurrying. It's just like,
this is how, yeah. It's like one of those. It's like one of those mob movies.
Yep.
Or they just
it's the crowded Italian restaurant, and one guy clears his throat, and everyone puts their forks down and
they leave.
Stands up and walks over and leaves.
Yeah.
And everyone, and that's fine. And that is exactly what just happened here. So somebody opens the door of the tavern. Again, this all happens all at the exact same time. Somebody opens the door of the tavern. There's this big Skovelander dude who is sort of in this pea coat and the black hat and stuff. And as the door opens, you can kind of hear him. He's like, "Hey, Reese, it's time to go in." And as he talks, you can see he's like missing his front teeth here. And Reese slowly puts the finger away and then turns around, shoves the guy who's like a foot taller than she is, and he stumbles back, and then she walks into the darkness of the bar and slams the door.
I like her.
She's awful surly.
I would wager the two of you have a lot in common.
You hear creaking.
You would have immense babies.
It is. Sorry. You hear creaking. The coffee shop's floor is wood, creaking coming from the back. And the door opens, and there is a very large man standing in the doorway. He's not large like Jack is large. Like he's tall. He's like 6 foot tall. Jack is taller. He is in a very sort of nice yet practical suit. And there is a red sash around his waist. It's very deep crimson color. It's got tassels on it. He has a sword in a scabbard in the thing. And he is...
So is this like a Saracen or Barbary sort of look? I'm just trying... As a player, I'm just trying to understand.
As a player, So as a player, this guy is, and actually you guys would know this because you're scoundrels. This guy's a Red Sash. A Red Sash is a gang. Red Sashes are Ruvian. So yeah, they're kind of, it's sort of, I think they're Arabian type guys.
Arabian, Persian, something like that.
Something
Okay.
like that.
Okay.
I would have to check. I may be wrong. I'd have to check. But anyway, that's unimportant. They're not Scovelanders or Arcosian, that's for sure.
Right.
So they're he has a red sash. Red sash denotes the red sashes, obviously. These guys, if you're not talking about their low-level gangbangers, these guys are expert swordsmen. This dude is overweight. He is fat. But we'll say, Uncle Treacle, you know who this is.
Okay.
You've never dealt with him before. You've never met him. And that you'd have no reason to. He's like way above your tier, right? He's way above your pay grade. But you'd know, being a spider, you know some of the movers and shakers. This is a mover and shaker in the red sashes.
Okay.
This guy's name is Lard. And he's fat. He's overweight. The couple of things that you know about him, though, is that he is immensely strong, physically strong, and he is he did not get to the level he's at by playing political games. He's the real deal.
We also know he don't fuck around with no lettuce.
Well, okay, so that's a couple of things that Uncle Treacle knows. Like, you guys look at this guy and you're like, man, this guy is fat. Uncle Treacle is a spider, and he has this sort of food thing, right? In Duskwall, food is not easy to come by. It's eternally night. You don't grow crops, right? You bring in fish from the sea, and the fish is all mutated demon shit. The main staple is mushrooms. They have giant mushroom farms. All the wheat is mushrooms and such. There's a lot of fish and whatnot. Very few people are overweight. This guy is overweight for two reasons. One, it is a display of wealth. Two, it is to get people to underestimate him. So he's like Kingpin, Spider-Man Kingpin, fat.
Yeah.
This guy could bench press a car. So Uncle Treacle knows that because it's kind of out there. Whether you guys know that or not is up to you, or whether you guys see just a corpulent dude. So
I think one thing that would jump out at me, grew up around the gangs.
Mm-hmm.
If you're out on the front, you're not fat.
Nope.
This is a guy with some power that people do things for him,
mm-hmm.
because otherwise he couldn't afford to be fat.
Right. He wouldn't last long. So he comes over, and when I say that, he's like 70s power lifter fat. He's huge. He pulls up a chair and sits down. His clothes are very nice, tailored. He says, actually, he doesn't sit down. He comes up to you and says, "Gentlemen."
I'll stand up.
He holds out his hand.
I'll shake it. Lord, I didn't know. I didn't know you were going to be here.
Well, yes. This territory borders on ours, and it's a neutral place. Dan, you were going to say something.
Oh, I was no carry on. It was.
Yeah.
It would have been great in the moment that moment passed.
Yeah, like a fart on the wind.
Yeah.
Mind if I sit down?
Oh, please.
I watched the chair with clinical fascination.
Oh, it creaks. There's a moment.
Like there's no look of glee on my face. It's just this like mechanical. I'm an engineer studying a foreign design.
There is an alternate dimension where all of us are playing this game. I'm not running it. Someone else is running it. I'm playing Lard, and I just made a fortune roll to sit on this, and I critted. So The chair creaks noticeably. But again, I want to make clear, too, that Duskull's a dangerous place. You guys want to jump this guy and stab his face off, go for it. He is not a slow, fat fuck. He is going to hurt the shit out of you guys if you try anything. But anyway, he's got a bit of a reputation. So he sits there and he goes, Uncle Treacle, gentlemen, care to introduce us?
All right, I'll kind of indicate Dr. Prouse first, just kind of like, and like give you this look of like, watch it.
I assume you make the introduction.
Oh, okay, I'll do it myself.
Oh no, I wasn't intending on doing the introduction. I was just like, go ahead.
Okay, you're supposed to be like, go.
Yeah.
This is the problem with gaming online.
Yeah, you missed some of that nuance.
The one problem?
yeah.
Okay, I look to him and dip my head respectfully and say, I'm Dr. Proust. I am here tonight to perform any ministrations that the evening might call for. Do you, my son, have anything you'd like to bring in prayer to the unknown Lord?
Not a thing.
That's sad. That's unfortunate. Well, I shan't comment further.
Jack.
He kind of looks at you. He goes, and you think he kind of gives a respectful nod. The dude's a cutter, essentially. So you're just two big guys. Anyway,
I extend my hand to Alexander, and I says, "It's a pleasure."
His hand encompasses yours, and he shakes it.
He's eating your pants right now.
Right.
You don't even know how this happens.
He's like, these are the second best pants in Duskwall.
And Opal's like,
right. So he takes a pocket watch out. He opens it up, looks at it, closes it. Gentlemen, I have a job. I am pressed for time, and this job is on a time limit. I understand that you are a new crew looking to make a name. I offer coin and potential affiliation.
mm-hmm.
Are you interested
We're
in
listening.
hearing the details of the job?
That's why we're here.
Most
Excellent.
decidedly.
He looks at his watch again, and he's like, he closes it. He's like, I have 2 minutes to tell you the details. You have 1 hour to complete the job. And now we're going to go into the score, because this is how Blades in the Dark works.
Okay. Is this
All right.
where we do like the plan is where we do like our peg
Yep.
board or our cork board?
So just so you understand what's happening, right, for the audience's sake, is that in a traditional role-playing game, we have this whole scene where we're talking, he gives you the details of the plan, he gives you the job, you guys spend the next 5 months talking about what your goddamn plan is while everyone falls asleep. Blades in the Dark mechanically removes that. You jump into the score in motion. So there's some dice rolls with this too. All right. So there are some questions that I ask, and I have to bring this up because I haven't done this in a long time.
At least get the punchline, like we're supposed to rob the jewelry exhibit or something.
No.
No? Okay. So we go. What? No, I mean that seems like a big. So is this like Inspectors, where we kind of the hit or whatever evolves as we go?
Yes and no. Okay, so how I'm going to play this is normally, yeah, I would give you this is the plan, right? So
Well, I don't even know the plan, just the objective.
No, not the plan. Yeah, the objective. Normally, yes,
Yeah.
you're right. It would. But what I'm doing now is I'm going to be doing a flashback sort of thing. There is a flashback mechanic where basically in the game you get thrown in jail and they lock the door and they take all your stuff, and then you spend distress to flashbacks like I slipped a lockpick in my shoe in the morning because who knows what'll happen, and boom, you have a lockpick, you get out. And you spend that's the whole mechanic. We are going to do. I am going to initiate flashbacks on you that won't cause stress. That will give you the objectives as you go, in media res. So you will be doing a running thing. You will be getting your objectives as the beats of the story hit. Because I always have to do something weird in my games, and I'm experimenting with this.
Okay.
So, you guys are going to make. God damn it! Where's the cheat sheet? Doesn't have the thing for the.
That's what I was thinking. I was looking through the cheat sheets, and that's not in here.
Yep, because it's for the players. Damn it! I am unprepared.
Oh
I am
no,
unprepared. I know.
Well, that's great. We're good at vamping. So
right. You guys vamp for like a minute here.
Yeah, so when you can pick that. This is going to be a character. It's going to be really interesting trying to figure out his voice, because I don't want him to be too one note. And I am glad two of us are using funny voices just to annoy Brodor.
Brodor didn't say it.
Actually, all three of us are.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
This is. I've got a deeper, darker voice for Jack that I'm using too.
Yeah. My character's got a lot of complexity, but I don't think that complexity is going to come up in small talk. It's going to be a slow unraveling or slow reveal. And so I've got to find a way to keep him involved until that detail comes out without being a purely one note. Because I mean, the fact is, this guy's not, he's modeling himself in a way after a virtuous pastor. And he may be crazy enough to think that's what he is, but that is most definitely not what he is, and nor what he does.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so normally when a score starts, again, it eliminates the whole role-playing aspect of, okay, well, should we bribe the guards? No, I think we should drive a truck right through the entrance of it. No, we'll set up a sniper thing. That conversation that takes a long, long time of nothing happening.
Prepping a Shadowrun.
Yeah, it's awful. Mechanically in the book, this guy with the beard, that page is where it eliminates that. So this is called planning and engagement, where basically you guys pick a detail of how you're going to do it. You say, well, we're going to assault, we're going to do stealth, we're going to do some weird occult shit, we're going to do social, whatever. Again, because I'm doing this differently, I'm picking that for you. But in the normal game, again, if this game has legs, in a normal game, when we go forward, you guys will be picking, and it'll be more normal. I'm just doing this for the one shot. So
in a normal game, we may pick our own, our own score.
Yeah. You guys could wake up. We could start a game, and you guys could be like, "Well, Chad, you've been doing a lot of this role playing shit for a long time. We haven't rolled dice for months because you're a dick. So, we're gonna knock over a rich guy's house and steal his shit. That's just what we're gonna do today." And I'm like, I take my notes and I go, "Okay," and we do the score. I just threw my notes away.
Let's clean out something profoundly unvirtuous, since they're about to make at least 1/4 of the pay as an offering to the church.
Just so you know, this guy, Lard, offers, you do get offered to pay out. It is 2 coin, which is conceptual. It's not literally 2 pennies that you guys get to divide 4 ways. It's 2 coin, and if you decide to become a crew, it's gang affiliation with the Red Sashes, which is actually huge. So you're going to be doing deception. That is your detail of how you're going to do it. You guys pick deception. Good job. Next part is you guys pick your loadout. All right. So for the people playing at home, they all have playbooks. The playbooks have like a worksheet on them. They have to choose a load. So what that means is they're going on a score. They're going to do something dangerous. They have to kind of figure out, it's like, well, do I want to take a lot of stuff? Do I want to take a lot of guns and armor and gear? Or do I want to travel light? If I take a lot of stuff, that means I have a lot of guns and armor and gear. It means I can get past stuff. I can use this to enhance my rolls. If I get shot or whatever, I can blow it off with armor. I have tons of weapons. It's no problem. If I have to sneak around and be quiet, it hurts me to have that heavy of a load. I actually get minuses. If I have to run away, I get minuses. If we're robbing a bank and the cops are coming and I have a little clock going to see if they catch you, anybody with a heavy load is going to put a slice in that clock. It's going to.
I can do this pretty easily with a normal or light load. What do you guys need?
Yeah,
I think
per
normal
character.
is fine.
Yeah, I agree.
It's per character. It doesn't matter. It is for you guys to decide.
Okay.
It isn't like the group does not decide we're going to have.
Okay. Well, one person's going heavy, then. Well, obviously,
not
if they're going to
necessarily.
F up all of our sneak rolls and such, then
I will let you know for your ability to test to pick a thing is there is going to be a combination of you're going to need some guns and armor and gear, and you are going to need to be able to sneak and be quiet and get away.
okay.
And that does not mean everybody take normal unless you want to.
I will take normal.
Yeah.
I'm going with normal.
As am I.
Same.
All right. Very milquetoast of you. Excellent.
Not sure what a heavy load would be for me.
Right. Let's see here. Do you have any major advantages or disadvantages? Again, since you guys don't know, this is going to be more something I do. So now what you're going to do is you're going to do an engagement roll where we're going to ask a couple of questions. Some of these questions, because of this situation, how I'm running it, you guys won't be able to answer, but I will answer for you, but I'm not going to be a dick about it, right? So is this an operation particularly bold or daring? It is particularly bold or daring. And also note that because I think that comes up in XP later on too.
Yeah,
depending on your character. So because it is bold or daring, somebody track this, you get plus 1D. All right. Is it overly complex or contingent on many factors? We're going to say no. So you don't get a minus D. Does the planned detail expose a vulnerability of the target or hit them where they are the weakest? The answer is yes. So you get an extra D. Is the target strong against this approach, or do they have a particular defense or special preparation? No, they do not. They are not seeing you coming. So you don't take a minus. Can any friends or contacts provide aid or insight in this operation? I'm going to say no because you only have 1 hour to do it. You don't have time to arrange your contacts. Are there any enemies or rivals interfering? No, they're not. They don't have time to align against you. Are there any other elements you may want to consider? Is it a lower tier target? Maybe it's a higher tier target. Maybe there's something about the situation that makes it more or less tricky. I'm going to say yes and no. Higher tier target, but you've got some advantages going for you, so that it all balances out. So how many dice do you have on the engagement?
2. 1 for boulder daring, 1 for the target is vulnerable to what we're doing.
Okay.
So now what do we do with those? Do we have those individually, as a group? Is it every roll?
No, this is the group, and you also get 1 because you're just lucky scoundrels.
So we get a third one. Okay.
Yep. And always remember that on engagement rolls, because you are lucky scoundrels who have made it this far, so luck has to be shining on you some way, you always get 1 dice.
Okay.
So now someone in the group is going to be rolling all of these dice together.
Okay. So we have 3 dice.
Mm-hmm.
Not me.
Yeah, other than not Wayne. Who wants to roll this? Oh, I should roll to roll. 5 is there? Okay.
You got 5? All right.
Mhm.
So 5 means that you start out in a risky position. So the outcome of the engagement roll determines the position of the PC's initial actions when we cut to the score in progress. 1 through 3 means we're in a desperate position. So this would be like if you're robbing the bank, I would start us out as the old man pulls his gun and shoots you, and he's the security guard. And now you're not sneaking anymore. And suddenly you're desperate. Risky is like default, right? It's dangerous, and you turn the corner and there's the old man security guard, and he's slowly turning around. And then 6, if you got a 6 on it, it's like you're in a controlled position. I would start that scenario as you stand over the unconscious form of the security guard. What do you do next? That sort of thing. And then there's criticals and stuff that gets you extra things. But so that is a very, very quick. Hold on a second. I gotta get my that I threw. I got back. So that is a very, very quick and dirty explanation of how an engagement roll for a score works. So what all that translates into is, now remember, when we do this, you can say, I want a flashback to get stuff, to have information or whatever. I am going to be triggering flashbacks for you guys for the story beats to start revealing the plans to you. When you guys do it, you mark a stress. When I do it, you don't mark a stress. So now we begin. Jack, you're standing in front of a big guy, almost as tall as you. And he looks you right in the eye. He nods. And then he punches you right in the gut. As hard as he can. You are going to take a minor harm.
I'm going to resist.
All right. So, because he is resisting, that means it doesn't hurt him. Now, when you say resist, what are you doing to resist it?
I basically, the punch is coming. I just prep for it.
Yeah. You've been punched so many times. What's this guy going to
just grunt it out?
Yeah. All right. So how resistances and such work is, like I said, in Blades, I just declare things. I just say somebody gets hurt or whatever. Wayne says Jack is going to resist it. He tells me how or what happened. He could even say that this guy slips on a banana peel and just doesn't throw the punch.
The blue turtle shell comes flying over the horizon.
Right.
And
as long as it makes some sort of sense in the scene, then it's cool. The fact that he says, I resist it, at that moment means it does not happen. Or how I describe it does not happen. There's no roll. So now Wayne has to make the roll for the stress, which is actually on the cheat sheet I gave you. Where is it? Actions. Resistance. There it is. 1d for each attribute dot. You reduce or avoid consequence by taking 6 stress minus your highest die result. When you critical it, you actually clear a stress that you already have there.
I'll assume criticaling is every die you roll is 6, or what is criticaling?
2 6s, I think.
Yeah.
So there has to be at least 2 6s in the roll. Okay.
Yeah, I think somebody is going to have to look that up.
Well, that makes it plausible, because I think for the fielder going here, obviously on 1d6 you have the highest chance of getting all sixes, and so
Right.
you would, which given the, I don't think that's the feel they're going for. So
Yeah. So Wayne, what do you think for resisting this for your attribute? Are you going to prowl? It's not going to be. Well, I mean, you can make it.
It's definitely prowess.
Okay.
It's
So you're just kind of like rolling with the punch.
Yep. Okay, 5. So that would be 1 stress.
All right.
And then I look down at him where he's just punched me.
Mm-hmm.
I smile. You want to try that again, little man? And I am trying to use command.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, I'm intimidating him.
Okay. Are you intimidating him to punch you again or to not punch you?
To not punch me.
Okay.
To back down.
Okay. I will say that's just a straight up and down roll. So, yeah, you are in a risky position right now.
All right, I got a 4.
4 is you do it, but there's a consequence. You suffer a harm, a complication occurs, or you have a reduced effect, or you end up in a desperate position. Normally, I pick these. It is also my option to let him pick as well. So I'll let you pick. Which one do you want?
I'm going to say, let's go with complication occurs.
Okay. So he backs up. He's like, whoa, shit. And Uncle Treacle, you are looking at this. This guy just walked up to Jack and punched him, and now he's backing up and going, whoa, 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 like this, because Jack just looked like he's going to bite his face off. So I'm going to do a flashback for Uncle Treacle.
Okay.
You're sitting there in the cafe. Lard looks at you. He says, the job's pretty easy. I want you to start a bar fight. And I'll have my people there to help. Flashes back to the bar. The guy in the red sash is backing up away from Jack, going, whoa, 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 like that. The bar fight isn't happening. Something happened.
All right. So that's when I have my subterfuge supplies. I have a little grease gun, and I'll squirt it behind his heel, so when he slips, he'll fall into the table full of ruffians.
Full of drunken whalers.
Right.
Big drunk-ass Scovlandian sons of bitches.
Right.
And you're going to just spill their beer everywhere. Okay. No, I like it. So I'm going to have you roll for that. By the way, there is... Oh, damn it. You can't see it. It's too washed out.
yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, there we go. Pie your pillow pie. Okay.
Yep. So there's 4 slices on this pie. So basically what happens is I've started a clock. Alexander, you're going to roll here in a minute, Uncle Treacle. Alexander, Dr. Prost, you guys are in a bar. The bar is called the Gap Tooth Grin. This is not the kind of place you frequent ever. This is a Scovlandian whaler bar. It's down by the docks. There is sort of a film over everything.
Well,
I did used to frequent these once upon a time.
Well, you did actually. Yeah, that's right, Dr. Proust. Yeah,
because I was the ship surgeon. So once upon a time in a past life, this was exactly where I hung out.
Yeah, Alexander, this is not your scene.
No, there are disgusting people that eat rotted fish. They literally take fish and bury it and rot it. It's fucking disgusting.
Mm-hmm.
It's my kind of place.
And so, you're kind of keeping an eye on things. You two see this occur. So there is no initiative, by the way. If you guys want to step in and do anything, you guys also know the plan as well. That basically you have to start a bar fight. That's what this clock is. This whole place it's about 2 stories big. It's a big hall. There is a large bar. It is filled with drunken whalers, guys in oilskin coats. A lot of them have oil, like Leviathan viscera on their boots still. It is not the worst place because at least they've washed their hands somewhat before they've come in. And basically, it's a bunch of whalers who just got paid and are drinking their paycheck away before they are forced to go back on. Not forced, but before they go back onto their whaling ship. So it is a lot of very angry people. You have to fill in the clock to start the bar fight. Jack got punched by a red sash plant, and Jack went into Jack mode and basically made the guy wish he had worn the brown pants.
Okay. So
this guy thought it's like, oh, well, I'm just going to do a little smack up and take a dive. Holy fuck. This mountain of a man is going to rip me in half. And now he just broke his morale save. Uncle Treacle, you guys, Dan, you're about to play in something. Uncle Treacle, I want you to make a roll for me.
Okay.
On whatever you think would do. Yeah, I'm thinking wreck or tinker or something. You can convince me. Make a case.
What is skirmish?
Skirmish is straight up fighting.
yeah, I suppose knife fighting, brawling, whatever.
Yeah.
All right, and if I have no dots in either one of those,
you roll 2 dice and take the lowest.
okay.
Is this roll for him for his aim of his oil, or
What do you want it to be? This is kind of a you tell me system to an extent. It's not fully that, but yeah.
this? What I was wondering, is this in relation to what he said he did in his first flashback, or is this something new he's doing?
No, I'm assuming this is the little grease thing.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
If you have hunt is good for aiming.
Yeah, hunt we use for like shooting and stuff. Like I said, all of these are not skills, they're actions, and they're broadly defined and interpreted. So what you do is you pick one that sounds about right, and then you make not a legal argument, but you just basically like, I think it's going to be hunt because it's kind of like a little grease gun sort of thing. It's not huge, it's a little grease gun. And so I'm trying to get it in the right place. Or you can say, you know what?
I want to use finesse because I want to be sneaky about it and just.
Or I want to use wreck because, I mean, I'm not trying to be sneaky about it. I put it there. I want him to fall in the right way to flip over and flip this table over. Again, it's whatever one you want to use. It's about the case you make for it.
All right, so
and remember your playbook too. You're a spider. Dun, 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 dun.
right.
Use our hero. So every time you roll, did you address a challenge with calculation and conspiracy? So if you do something like wreck, that's not really calculation, right? That's just wrecking shit. But it's like, no, I'm going to use hunt, or I'm going to use finesse. I'm going to wait for him to take 3 steps back, splot the stuff down. He bumps into the waitress who slams into the it's that sort of thing. Then you can make a case for getting XP at the end with these guys.
Right. What about using? Now, do I have to use something under prowess, or can I use something under resolve?
You can use anything you want.
So this is the way I see it is, as Jack is getting punched by the red sash, I'm actually standing maybe a few steps away, and as this happens, I put the moves on the waitress, and like the whalers are singing some whaling song.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And so then
they never fucking stop. Is really what it is.
Right. So I grab the waitress as she's walking past and like spin and have her set the tray down and then like go into a dip, and that's when like I've got my hand behind her head and I've got my little oil can and I just kind of go right.
Oh,
behind.
I like it. Yeah. So what do you think? The finesse?
I'm thinking, would that be consort?
Consort. Oh, because it's using it's not about putting the oil down. It's about using the waitress as cover.
Right.
Perfect. Yep. No, the oil gets down. Let's see how well you use the waitress, because you don't want to get in the fight. You're not the fighter guy.
No.
Yeah.
And we just kind of dance past.
Yep.
So I've got a consort of 2, so I roll 2 dice.
Mm-hmm.
Correct. Okay.
That is correct. Well, okay, hold on. Before you roll, you ask a couple of questions. Is anyone assisting you? They have to take a stress if they do. And it's fine if they don't.
Mm-hmm.
Where's that question? Sorry. This isn't a group action. We'll get to group actions later. You're not protecting anyone, and you're not setting up. So, yeah, it's just that.
2 dice. Okay.
Yep. You can push yourself to get an extra dice, and that's a stress.
Okay. I don't know
Or you can take a devil's bargain, which basically it's a deal with me to screw you, and that gets you an extra dice as well.
All right. I'll take the devil's bargain.
All right.
So do you just make up whatever bad shit happens?
I make up whatever bad shit happens. I believe that if a devil's bargain is I do the pit, here's what I'm going to say is going to happen. You have the opportunity to say, no, I'm not going to do that.
Oh, okay.
So if you're requesting a devil's bargain, I say, you know what? If you get anything but a 6 on this roll, you're going to roll into desperate.
What does that mean?
You're in a risky position right now because it's a bunch of whalers and everybody's drunk and anything could happen. Desperate is shit's going down. Now the bar fight hasn't necessarily started, but it will be you.
One of these whalers is about to yell, "That's my wife."
There you go.
Right.
that's
It's basically we're going from fists and pushing to shivs and possibly guns.
Okay. I'll take that devil's bargain.
All right. Anything but you gotta get a 6 to not move up to desperate.
Move up to desperate. Okay. I got 2 6s.
Whoa!
Wow.
Nice.
So you critted it too.
So here's
Her
what
phone
happened.
number.
Well,
She leaves her husband.
Next
Here's
scene,
what-
Dr. Proust is overseeing the marriage of Uncle Treacle and
Uncle Treacle.
Aunt
Or we're now
Barwedge.
we're in a polycule.
so
No,
here's,
that's never mind.
so
Go on,
here's what
Chad.
happens. So you're in a risky position. 6, you do it with increased effect. So what that means, increased effect, normally you get like 1 slice, but you have 2 filled in of the 4 that you need. So here's what I interpreted what happened is, again, putting the grease in the ground, that's not the problem. Actually, you're just adding to the grease. You're making a greasier spot to kind of ensure what's going to happen, but you need the cover because you can't get into this fight. So the busty barmaid walks by, and it's it's like, we're rolling down to Cuba, and then so you grab her, you do a spin, you roll her around, put the stuff there, and then a guy stands up. He's like, "Hey, that's my wife," and you spin her around, and you boop him on the nose, and spin her into his arms, and she turns around, looks at you, and goes,
Blows
gives
me
you
a kiss.
wink.
Oh,
Blows you a kiss, and then turns around and gives him a really hard smack, and then gives him a big kiss.
oh, he wasn't paying any attention.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right. So, but the real deal here is this red sash gangbanger guy is like going back, hey, whoop, and he flips for a moment in this acrid blue hazy light. The stench of all of these whalers, the beer, the slop, the bar songs, the groping, the grossness. Alexander is like picking things off of him. You see the sandwich they put into you is moving. And this guy for a moment slips and everything goes, and he is bodily off the floor. There is no part of him that is touching anything. And there are a couple of people going, whoa. Beer is kind of like slow-mo coming out of mugs. People are going, oh no. And then he is landing, slowly falling back. The camera is from his eyes, and he's looking up, and there's nothing but light. And he's like, he does not know what has happened. Slams into this table, food and beer and eels and bullshit goes everywhere. And he's still looking up, but then the light is obscured by 6 large, angry Scovelanders who look down on him, crack their knuckles as they stand amongst their broken beer mugs. And then the camera cuts away because we only have an R rating on this movie, so we can't show this in Belgium. So, what do you guys do?
So, I'm going to find somebody along the edges that I think needs to get more involved.
Mm-hmm.
And
there's a lot of bystanders.
I'm going to, up against the wall, extend that lightning rod.
Holy shit. Okay.
And I am just going to put it right up between, like, through their loose pants. Mm-hmm. Right. I'm going to goose somebody with it and then shock the shit out of their ass. And
is this the full charge that we were talking about before the game that's going to put a cow down? Or is this is this like a woo goosing him?
I want to really, really get this guy's attention, but not put him up. But if he's unconscious, that doesn't help me.
Sure.
And then just kind of fade back into the crowd because, these people, I assume, are decent enough. They're not yet hitting the parson. And who the fuck is shocked in the ass? Yeah, no, they're not above it, but I mean, who gets shocked in the ass, right? I just want to leave this guy wondering who even did it.
Okay.
So I'm going to use prowl for this.
Okay.
That's supposed to be point blank assaults and things like that. Mm-hmm. So, so I've got 2 dice on prowl.
Okay, so
and I lost.
Wait. Yeah, don't roll them yet.
I lost them anyway.
Excellent.
They went to the couch cushion.
Oh, they're never coming back out again.
No, actually, I've already found them, but they.
You're ruining my narrative, though.
I'm sorry. Okay, yes, they went to the
50 DKP minus. So, we have to ask questions, right?
Yeah.
Are you pushing yourself for another dice?
No.
Okay. Is anyone assisting him? Again, they don't never feel compelled to assist anybody because the person assisting takes stress to do it. Nope. Devil's bargain?
No.
Okay, cool. Straight up roll. You are in a risky position.
Okay. Oh, I'm fucking standing. My highest die is a 2.
That's phenomenal. Risky positions. Things go badly. You suffer a harm. A complication occurs, or you end up in a desperate position, or you lose this opportunity. Oh, I'm picking this one. You goose the guy. It happens. But you remember how we said these people are not above punching the parson?
Yeah.
He turns around. He's like this, and his friends turn around. That's just it. That you go to sneak. You're the wind, right? You are the wind, and you go whoop, and you turn around, boop, and you think your nose is right where this guy's sternum is. He's that big. And you look up, he's looking down at you. This is where you're at. You are now in you, Dan, are now in a desperate situation.
Okay, what is the exact? Okay, so desperate.
Okay, so
You
you're in a
overreach your
desperate.
capabilities. You're in serious trouble. Each
You
time
have
you roll
overreached.
desperate action, mark a tick of XP for that attribute. Okay.
Yep. Okay, so that happened. Now we're going to roll around to young Alexander. You just saw a man get punched in the face, which is really odd because it wasn't Jack doing the punching, nor the Red Sash, nor anything that has to do with this plan. It was two Scovelanders just arguing with each other. They just literally right next to you at the bar just started punching each other. You think you got some blood on your shirt, and now they've stopped and are laughing and are sharing a beer, and one of them's missing a tooth and the other one's bleeding. And that whole thing with Jack and all that in the lightning round, that hasn't even started yet.
Oh.
And you are like way out of your element. And as you turn around, this guy is walking, whoa, 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 from Jack. And then there's a big, suddenly Uncle Treacle's dancing with someone. And now these Scovelanders are, you believe, murdering this young man on the floor. And all of a sudden you hear this pop and smell this electric smoke, and somebody yells, and then you hear Dr. Proust. He wouldn't say oh shit, but he would say whatever Dr. Proust would say in place of oh shit. And that's where we're at.
I'm going to try to bravely interpose myself between the felled Dr. Proust and the vile whaler who put him down. And I'm going to blow some of my my drown powder. I'm just going to and blow drown powder in the guy's face.
Nice.
So I have a bandolier on, and
Yes.
I have. I'm pretty sure I'm going to have two eventually, because I got to pick as we go, right?
Right.
So I pop into my bandolier, I step over Father Prost, and cough drown powder in this guy's face.
Nice. So for the people listening, again, how equipment works, and here's these guys pick a load. So they all pick normal, so they have 5 ticks. So each of the items is 1 to 3 ticks that you do not pick at the start. You pick as you need it as you go. And so what Mike just did is he said he uses one of his leech things of that he has a bandolier. So he checks that. Now he has it because he's always had it. Of course he's always had it. And that allows him to use one of his alchemicals that these other guys can't use. This is a leech only thing. So Mike, do you know what drown powder does? Offhand?
I do.
Okay.
So it basically incapacitates someone. It doesn't kill them, but they respond in a way as if they are drowning. Now,
Wow, that's vicious.
which hopefully will be terrifying to a whaler who is on dry land and miraculously feels as if they're drowning. But who knows? But yeah, it basically says a fine dust that incapacitates by giving a sensation of drowning.
Okay.
Extraordinary brodition.
I think Tinker is the way to do it. It's not like I'm throwing a punch or a kick or shooting. I'm using a mechanical device or an alchemical device. So I think Tinker is the way to roll.
Yeah, that's fine with me. It works. Are you pushing yourself?
So in order to push myself, I merely take 2. I shouldn't say merely. I take 2 stress. I get an extra die, which I would like to do.
Correct.
How, as a player, do I define a push?
Okay, so basically it's a push conceptually is you are reaching down into, if you've ever ran track, right? You've done distance running and you're like really far into the race and you're just tired and you don't know that you're going to make it, and then you just kind of look up and you just reach down into that well and you just pull up a little bit more and you just push yourself to go further.
Yeah,
and then that's where the stress comes from.
Because this person just punched a proctor, right?
Right.
And that's not right. So Gosh knows what they would do to me, but in order for us to be successful, we all need to get out of here, and so I'm going to have to just I'm just going to have to labia up and and do it. So,
is anyone going to assist him? Dr. Proust, you can assist him too. Remember, there's no initiative. So assisting is like, say if Dr. Proust were to assist him, Alexander took 2 stress to push himself. Dr. Proust would take 1 stress to assist him to get him a dice.
Okay.
And again, you never feel compelled to assist.
I have a question.
Yes,
Can I instead chain an action off of what he's doing?
Oh, absolutely, because there's no initiative.
Okay.
Yep.
So then I am going to let this occur, but I am preparing something else.
all right, Chad. I rolled 3 dice, got me a 2.
That's phenomenal.
Wow.
So I'm going to give you a choice here
Okay.
of 2 options, right?
Lay on your stomach or lay on your back.
You can either go into a desperate position. So basically, it's the same thing that happened to Dan. You did your thing and you fucked up. And now you have the ire. Both of you are surrounded by these big Nordic drunken sons of bitches who love a scrap. So you'd be in risky. Or you can say, instead of blowing, and you suck it in, and
Went from blow to suck.
now you will take a harm of a level 1 harm of you think you're drowning.
All right. So here's what I'd like to do if this is acceptable.
Yeah.
I want the powder to be successful, but in response, I was not prepared for the guy to swing at me. He swings at me, and I luckily back up, but then slip, and now I am also prone next to the Dr. Proust.
If you had gotten
I'm standing. He hasn't hit me yet.
If you had gotten a 4 or a 5,
Right.
we could go for that. You
Oh,
got a
but I
2.
failed entirely.
You failed. Yeah. You.
Okay.
Womp,
Then-
womp, womp.
I fail
Yeah.
entirely, and I still end up on the deck with Dr. Proust in a desperate position.
Okay. So yeah. So you want to go for the desperate?
Yep.
With him? Okay. Yep. So basically, you go to like blow the thing, and this guy just. He doesn't like smack you. He just like boom smacks you, and the dust goes whoosh,
Right.
flies off in the air. And so you're standing there like,
Whoops.
fuck. So that's where you two are. Dan, I know that you have a follow up here,
Yes.
but I'm gonna time plays strangely in Dustfall, so that is happening in slow motion while we roll back to Jack. Jack, there's a problem. Actually, there's a couple of problems.
This is happening.
There's no
One-
shortage of problems here.
Problem 1 of 28 is,
This red sash needs to be alive.
it would probably look better on a resume if the guy assisting you didn't die. Also, 4 big Scovelanders beating up 1 red sash is not the bar fight you were paid for. 2, because you're a skilled fighter, you try to have an awareness, especially in a bar fight. You got to have a little bit of side. You can't put the blinders on. Somebody's going to come at you from the side with a shiv. So you do kind of keep a little bit of awareness here. There is a part of your mind that has a growing awareness that Proust and Alexander are in trouble. Like they're surrounded. You don't know what is going on or what's happening, but you are kind of aware that there is you have a feeling of badness over there. So Jack and Uncle Treacle, Uncle Treacle, you did your thing. Cool. Hey, lady. You're kind of like at a point where it's like, is this a menage a trois thing, or is this kind of
Are we doing this? Right.
sort
This
of
is-
thing? But then you're like, oh wait, no, I'm on the job. I'm a pro. And you turn around, and Jack kind of, you see Jack, you see this whole situation. So you and Jack are on the same page at this moment. What do you guys do?
I am going to charge into this group that is beating on the red sash.
Mm-hmm.
And basically, I'm trying to shoulder block one of them into another table, another group of people to break their drink.
It's the Jugger, Wayne.
That's exactly it. I'm just trying. I'm trying to knock. I'm playing like
the problem.
I'm looking at them and they're like pool balls, and I want to knock them into other tables.
The initial plan was good. The scale was not there. It is time to initiate the plan, but expand the scale. I'm with it. I like it. Uncle Treacle, what is your kind of plan, your idea? You can kind of jump in and like assist this, or you could do something different, or what are you thinking? Because the way I see it, you and Jack kind of like give each other the eye. You have that moment where you look each other in the eye, you're on the same page, and then you go.
Right. Could I spend a stress for another flashback?
You can absolutely do a flashback. What were you thinking?
I was thinking that we had an hour to get this done. So we talked to this Red Sash guy, to orchestrate this whole thing, but we also paid off the bartender.
Oh,
and what we paid off the bartender was find out which crews here have beef with each other. And
nice.
the waitress's husband is part of a rival crew from the guys that are now beating the shit out of the Red Sash. And the flashback is me finding that out, and then my intention is to say to the guy who I just patched things up with his wife to say, those guys are going to kill my friend, and he's worth a lot of money.
Awesome. Totally down with it. Absolutely into it. Okay, so don't mark anything yet. So
Okay.
Here's how flashbacks work, right? So it's not just a 1-for-1 sort of thing. You can actually pay 0 to 1 to 2 stress or more. You could actually pay more to try and get this going. So it's basically like if you're pitching to me an idea that is, I pull a rocket launcher out of my ass because when I woke up this morning, it was a rocket launcher sort of. It's like, okay, yeah, sure, 5 stress because you're walking around all day with a rocket launcher up your ass. Come on now. Or I could go the other way with it too. I'm actually going to charge you 0 stress for this.
Oh, okay.
The reason
Makes
why,
He's a spider.
that's his whole jam. I mean, this is not a stressful thing for you. This is eating Wheaties in the morning thing for you. In fact, this is like it would be stressful for you not to have done this sort of thing. So yeah, that is a thing that happens. So you set that up. So I'm going to say that let's see, lead a roll for each character who participates in the group action, the best single roll. Roll for each character who participates in the action. Okay, so I'm thinking you could use that to lead a group action. So when you lead a group action, roll for each character who participates in the group action. The best single roll counts as the action result, which applies to every character that rolled. So basically, you roll and Wayne rolls, and you guys pick the best. If I'm understanding that right, does that sound right, Wayne? I don't feel like I explained that correctly.
Let me look back at group.
It's on the
action.
cheat sheet, so it's not like defining it. Hold on, this is exciting television. Lead a group.
Roll for each character who participates in the group action. The best single roll counts as the action result, which applies to every character that rolled. Yeah, so I think each character rolls what they would have done,
Right.
and the highest one is the one that does it. And the only reason it matters who's leading it is because some playbooks have special things if they lead it.
Yeah. I think you're right. Command group act. Yeah, and then you can use command to do group actions. Hold on just 1 second. Using it, and group actions are part of cohorts, which you guys don't have cohorts yet. Synchronized. When you and yep, you're right. It's a one of the crew sheets actually does something for when you do group actions. And teamwork, lead a group action. Lead a group action. When you lead a group action, you coordinate multiple members of a team to tackle a problem together. Describe how the character leads the team, blah, blah, blah. Each PC who's involved makes... Oh, yeah, so each one... So you and Wayne make an action roll using the same action. The team counts the single best roll as the overall effort of everyone that's involved. However, the character leading the group action takes 1 stress for each PC that rolled a 1 through 3 as their best result.
Oh, okay.
So it could be either 0 to 1 stress to do this. Basically, what you're doing is it's a risk reward thing. Like, say you were leading the whole team, you would have 4 people rolling. So there's got to be a critical success is going to come out of that somehow. But also, it increases the chance for someone to get a 1 through 3, which would put stress on you.
Right. Okay.
So I tell you what, that was a lot of convoluted twisting in and out and blah, blah, blah. So I tell you what, you can either, with that setup, you can either assist Wayne without paying stress for this, or you can lead a group action with him as the normal rules apply. It's up to you.
Yeah, there's no risk to you if you assist. There's risk if you do a group action.
But there's a higher chance of success and reward crits if you do.
Right. So you said that the flashback for this, where I talked to the bartender, found out who was beefing with who. You said that's my jam, so that way I didn't have to spend a stress. But could I actually spend a stress to make it so that way maybe the guys that are getting ready to trounce Dr. Proust and Alexander are part of one of these rival? They see it's like the military. You're going to get into a fight, but then you look over and your buddies are about to get in a fight. You're going to join your buddies' fight, not your personal
the
beef.
Marines come in and they're going to pound on your army buddies.
Maybe the guys I'm about to steamroll into are their buddies.
Right. No, yeah, absolutely.
All right, so I'll spend that stress then to kind of include both groups.
Right.
And then in that case, seeing as though their aggro is being pulled off of them, could I incorporate them into the group action?
These two?
Yeah, Dr. Proust and Alexander.
The answer is yes, but I want to hear from them how they are participating in the group, how they are in on the plan, so to speak. And you guys can totally be in on the plan. You could basically, there's a nod, a look, a signal. It's up to you guys.
Dan, do you have an idea?
No, I was working things out in terms of our little corner of the world.
Right.
So I'm not really sure.
And again, this makes total
participate in a.
This makes total sense too, because it's like you guys are involved in your thing. Uncle Treacle is a spider, and that's the spider's jam is the bigger picture that maybe you guys aren't focused on because you guys are not to get pounded.
Yeah, I'm certainly afraid of getting my my hide tanned, so I don't think I'm cognizant of the situation enough to provide assistance.
Right. And this makes sense from a story standpoint too, because you guys are a fledgling crew. You're not used to working together like this.
Well, yeah, that's a good point too.
Yep. And I think I start to turn to go assist them, and then I see his nod.
You see his nod. Yep.
And so then, instead I turn and just.
Yep. Yeah, no, see, and that's what I like about Blades in the Dark is that it's about this conversation to make the story cool. So, in the end, though, what are we doing? You're gonna lead the group action.
Yeah, I'll lead the I'll lead the group act. Well, I guess it depends. If Dr. Prowse, Dan, if you can figure out some way that Dr. Prowse could be in on this scam, then I'll do a group action. If you
Because
can't,
you'll get more dice.
right.
Yeah.
If you decide if it just doesn't thematically make sense, then I will just assist Jack.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I don't see where my character would have thought this direction. So
Maybe later on, if the game has legs, if the campaign has
Yeah.
legs, and you guys gel more as a group, yeah.
Right. Okay. Then I'll just
But-
do the assist with Jack.
Yeah.
All right. That'll be one extra die from that then. I am wrecking things.
Okay.
So I want to push myself. I'm going to push myself.
All right.
So I only have 3 dice in front of me, so I'm going to roll these and then re-roll 2 of them. So the highest I've got so far is a 5. And there's a 6.
Nice.
Kick ass.
All right. And you're in risky, right?
Yep, I was not in desperate.
Yep. I mean, a 6 it's very simple. You do it. What do you do? What happens?
Yeah, I charge right into them, pushing elbows out, and I'm not going in like punching or things. I'm using my physical size to shove them off into other tables.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, you're just trying to cause chaos.
And I'm trying to be as loud as possible so their buddies back over there hear it happen.
Mm-hmm. Nice. All right. And part of your flashback, Uncle Treacle, was to get this whole thing set up. For, like we said, it's the Army buddies are fighting each other, but then the Marines start pounding on one of the Army guys, and suddenly, the minor beef is dropped. It's on as a group now.
Right.
So these guys, basically, beer and bullshit and Scovelanders and cussing and fists and teeth are flying everywhere. But there are 2 things, Alexander and Dr. Prowse, you notice in your sort of clarity, your pre-getting your ass kicked clarity, is the first thing you notice is that suddenly something is yelled in a language. Actually, Dr. Prowse, you do understand a bit of Scovelandish. Basically, something is yelled about, like, no, he's got Sven, get him, blah, it's my bear, and like, what? And it turns into a lot of grunting and yelling. And so most of these guys who are about to kick your ass seem to have just forgotten about you. One guy gets elbowed in the teeth, and then he comes around, and it's a pretty good dust up. And you guys, you 2 think, all right, this is what we're paying for. This is the bar fight here. This is cool. But you 2 notice there are a lot of people standing around not fighting. There's a lot of people standing around not fighting. It seems to be kind of condensed into a small area. And you all right, so all of the team notices this, and now I'm going to engage another flashback. You're sitting there, large cross view, need you to start a bar fight. Do you think that you can do that?
Shouldn't be
I
a
look
problem.
at Jack. I mean,
Do you think that you can start a bar fight so bad the blue coats show up? Like all of them. From the precinct that's a block away. So we cut back to the bar. You guys, this is a pretty good dust up. They're not even going to send their junior officer over for this. I mean, this fucking bouncers are going to take care of this shit. No, you need to light this place. Not literally. You need to light this place up.
all right, so can I do my chained action now?
Yes.
Okay, so
Sorry, I forgot about it because we got into that whole.
yeah, so
thing.
I've got the guy who's looking to kick my ass.
Yes.
I know that he's watching the thing I just shocked him with.
Mm-hmm.
So I wait till he comes in, and with my left hand, I'm going to put a knife into his abdominal aorta.
Oh my.
Okay.
So, okay, it's a desperate action. I'm using Prowl. So 2 dice on a desperate action.
Okay,
I correct. I can't push myself or anything.
Well, wait. So how are you using prowl? Like in what way?
Because
Because I would think skirmish.
I'm
but-
using the stealth of
the
psychology.
distraction.
Yes, so it's almost like a magic show. In that,
Hey, look at this, Shank.
yeah, I've got him watching the electric thing, thinking this is going to play out in a pretty standard brawl, but when he moves in, because he's probably a much bigger guy than I am. I'm not a small person. I'm not huge.
Skulllanders are generally, I mean, they're the Viking guys, right? They're generally bigger.
And I know the routines. I've seen the fights of these whalers.
You've been in these fights.
Yeah, and there's a certain way you do it, and shanking somebody in the middle of it isn't it.
Right.
And so it's...
Well, at least not at this point.
No. So
okay, no, that's fine. Yeah, prowl. That works.
Okay, so it's a desperate action.
Yep.
And am I correct, based on where the lines are drawn, that I'm not allowed to do a push on this?
No, this is where you do the push.
Okay, because there was a physical line between regular risky and then a line and then desperate, and so I didn't know if that was meant to separate that those options are only there for certain roles.
That's to denote that each time you roll an action, you mark a tick of XP.
Okay.
So remember that if you have rolled in desperate, you mark XP on what you rolled.
Okay.
So you're going to roll, whether you succeed or not, you're going to roll on prowl, right?
Yes.
So because you're in desperate, after you roll, mark a tick on that prowess.
Okay.
Tick marks there.
And then for pushing myself, that leads to some kind of stress, right?
Yeah, pushing yourself is how much stress, guys? That
2.
Two stress.
2 stress. Okay. So I'm due push, so I'll mark my 2.
Yeah, or someone can
after
assist you, and then that's 1 stress for them.
Well, I guess that's the other thing is Brodor, if you're...
I'm right next to him. I will I will assist by means of causing a distraction to provide Dr. Proust with a more open shot.
Yeah.
Okay.
Eric, isn't your ability one where you can also do assist for free?
Yeah,
for
two times per score.
Okay.
Yep.
So I'm going to go ahead and assist Dr. Proust, also using my foresight special ability.
Okay.
So one of my 2 times I can do it, so that'll give you another dice, and it doesn't cost me any.
Okay.
How do you help him?
So what I'm thinking is the guy that he was trying to shock sees what's going on, and I immediately I lock eyes with him, and then I look like I'm going to stab one of his buddies.
Gotcha. Because it's chaos and stuff, and you're just behind one of his friends, and you're just like, eh? And he's like, what? Yeah, okay. No, that makes sense.
Okay, so I have the 2 base dice, and then 2 people assist me, so that's 4, and then I'm pushing, so that's 5, or can I not both push and assist?
Or
push and be
I'm sorry, only 1 person may assist you.
So, okay.
That is my mistake.
So
only
can
1
I
person.
be assisted and still push?
Yes.
Okay,
So
that's 4
here's how it
dice.
is. You get the dice from your actions.
Yeah.
1 person can assist for 1, and then you can push yourself for an extra 1.
2 stress. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, I'm gonna
So whoever one of you 2 remove 1 of the stress.
Not to sound too metagaming, Eric, why don't
Save
you
your
just-
ability. Yeah.
Save your ability. I'll take the stress and we'll worry about it because, if I go down before you do, that's okay.
Okay.
So you're saying
4
you'll go
dice.
down first, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Dude, I will. You know what? I'm going to wake you up with a Brentwood hello.
Ew.
Well, apparently, it's salacious gossip. It may not be true, but apparently, Nicole Brown, that's how she would sometimes wake people up. She would just go into their bedroom and give them a Brentwood hello.
I don't know who Nicole Brown is.
She was
O.J. Simpson did not almost cut her head off.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. Okay, so 4 dice. Highest was a 4.
You are in a desperate position. You do it, but there's a consequence. You suffer a severe harm, a serious complication occurs, or you have a reduced effect.
Okay. Can I propose or do you declare?
You can. I will absolutely negotiate with terrorists. What do you propose?
Okay, so what I'm proposing is, though he fancies himself this priest of some weird heresy, he is by trade a doctor.
Sure.
All right. I put the knife into this guy's descending aorta.
Mm-hmm.
Now, he knows as well as I do, because he's seen enough brawls, seen enough violence. He knows as well as I do what happens if he pulls that knife out.
Right.
Which means that aorta is going to be completely unobstructed.
Yeah, it's
and unless someone provides immediate medical help, it's going to be a fire hose of blood. He's dead in seconds, which also means, does that mean in short order his ghost is going to appear? As 24 hours?
24 hours.
So it happens after 24 hours, not during the 24 hours?
Yeah, no. It's not a ticking time bomb of a random time. It's 24 hours.
Well, certainly now if there's a murder and if he drops dead, won't that at least attract the ghost bells thingy?
Yeah, but it will not attract the bluecoats necessarily.
Well, I mean, somebody just got murdered, so people go screaming out into the streets. That's what we need to do. We get this fight out in the streets.
Yeah, word will get out, yes. But
okay. How about this? Can I set myself up for a future failure, an immediate failure, which is while this guy's standing there shocked, I'm going to drag him out into the street. So this is going to attract a lot more attention and probably a lot of fear from his boys. I don't know. I'm trying to think where I'm going with that.
So you basically you need one more pie slice, and with a 4 or 5, you do it. You do achieve what you're trying to do. You absolutely stick your knife in this guy's neck. He is going to be as soon as you pull it out, this guy's gone. He's toast. But there's a problem. So as of right now, as where we're all right now, like you said, the murder kind of we were at fisticuffs. You're at a bloodbath. You kicked it up to 11, and that was like a holy shit moment. The problem is you kicked it up too fast. So now there's lots of running and screaming and not enough fighting. So essentially that's your complication, right? The complication is that a lot of these innocent bystanders are like, holy shit, I'm out, when you need them to be all in. So what you can do is you can resist that complication if you want. You could just tell me, no, that isn't what happens. And then you make your resist roll.
Okay.
Or you can let it happen and then everybody tries to deal with it.
Okay, so if I use resist, that adds some stress, right?
Yeah. Okay, first, you did mark your XP, correct?
Yes, I did mark the XP.
Everybody forgets to, so that's why.
No, I'm pretty good with the paperwork. So
good.
Okay, so I took the XP for the prowess.
Mm-hmm.
So can I use my resolve to resist that? And specifically, what I am doing is in that moment of people are changing channels because they were in bar brawl mode and now they're going to murder and riot mode. In that moment of dead silence, I want to attempt to use my resolve to get everyone's attention. I'm still holding the handle of the knife, even though it's in him, and just in that moment of dead silence, say to them, if any of you leave here, he dies.
So you're going to the resist is you're going to try to hold the room hostage.
Exactly. I'm turning this into a hostage situation.
I dig it. I'm down. So okay, so here's how it works. That happens. There's no roll. It happens.
Okay, so it just happens. Okay.
It just happens. It's not even a success. It happens. Now you take stress. Because basically you're standing up like on a chair, bar, or something. You're holding him, and this is like an oh fuck situation for you, and so it's like you may be projecting cool, cold confidence that you need to hold the room, but inside is like
inside he's given into a darkness because he knows if this guy dies, one, he doesn't care, and that's affecting his humanity, and two, if he dies, it will start to affect the spirit world, which is what's chewing up his psyche. And so his faith keeps the madness he regularly deals in an ordered system.
Right. Yeah.
But it is still something he is constantly fighting. It's a Sisyphusian fight to keep the madness appearing to be ordered. So I roll.
Well, what happens is, now don't mark this down, is you take 6 stress.
Okay.
As it happens, you take 6 stress. Now you roll 1 dot for each attribute point.
So I get 2 in resolve.
That's the up and down.
Because I have 1 in attune, 1 in a command, or 2 in attune, 1 in command, so that's 2 dice.
Correct.
Because that's the vertical of resolve. So I roll 2 dice. Okay.
And then you take...
God damn, the highest was a 2, so I take 4 stress.
Correct.
Okay, so what happens as bar fills?
So when the bar fills, basically what happens is for this score, you go down. How I would describe it is like some chaos erupts, everybody's fighting, blah blah blah, and your crew loses sight of you, and they clear the situation, and everybody runs out, and it's time to go. They can't find you.
Okay.
And then in downtime, basically, you come back all like, why did you leave me, sort of thing.
Okay, this is going to be kind of a rules-Larry question, but I'm just curious. I'm trying to get all this in. Does that also count as a roll in desperation?
I do not believe so.
Okay. It's not
an action roll.
It's not an action. Yep.
It's not an action. Okay. So, all right. So I took 4 stress from that. So, because I am now suddenly very, very well aware that I am now the center of the scene, which I did not want.
But you got it, baby.
I got it. And also, if I pull this knife out, there's a ghost, and that means...
Within 24 hours, yeah.
Within 24 hours.
Yeah.
This is going to get jacked up, and my faith system says that there are rites and rituals I have to do, which would keep me here for a while.
So, okay.
And that's my own madness. That's not game reality. That's my own madness.
Right. So, that all happens. Jack, Alex, Uncle Treacle. There's all this fighting and yelling and stuff, and then this guy, Proust, jumps up on a chair. I would have you on the bar, but that'd be kind of awkward. But
especially because the guy's having to follow me.
Right. So you jump up on a chair, and you say what you say, but he does it. There's something almost preternatural about it. Like he's calm, but he's direct. His voice projects. People are screaming. It projects over the people who are screaming. It grabs everybody. And there's guys who are punching each other, look at, and they kind of like punch and stop. He actually gets the whole room to stop. There's kind of people moaning. There's glass breaking. There's people scuffling up, and a lot of people are going, "What the fuck is going on?" Dan, I would like to make a request. You can say no to it, but just for the scene, you don't know when you put it on, but you are wearing your spirit mask right now.
Okay, no, that's fair. He might have been
Yeah.
trying to hide his identity when he was shocking the guy in the ass.
Or it's just some like crazy shit, it's just like
Yeah.
you put the real face on, whatever. But yet, so because that would add to it, right? Like whispers are not common. Cutters are common. Anybody can punch anybody. Whispers are not common. And so now there is a whisper in this room in this bar fight basically saying if anybody moves, he is going to turn this guy into a ghost. And so there's a lot of like, does he mean he's going to kill that guy? Or does he mean that he's
And while
going
I'm
to do some whisper shit and like make a ghost erupt out right fucking now? No, everybody's like, what?
And I add that lightning rod. I pop it a few times
Yeah.
right next to him, just for a fact. It does. I'm not even trying to do anything because, truth be told,
People
in
don't
both
understand
in
that
game,
shit. Yeah.
in character, and out of character, I don't have a plan for what comes next. That's
But
in
they
character and
don't-
out of character.
They don't know that, and people don't understand that whisper shit. Now they know what ghosts are and how dangerous they are, which adds to it, but they don't understand. Like whispers are the wizards of this setting, right? They're the mysterious sort of power, and so yeah, you have this lightning blue electrophasmic rod, and he's just like, I am going to turn this person into a ghost right now. You guys are in on the plan. This is not the plan.
All right, Chad.
Yes.
Can we
By
say-
the way, I'm going to declare something. All of you are in a risky position now.
Okay.
Yeah, I assume I'm still desperate. 'Cause I don't have-
Or I'm sorry. All of you are in a desperate position.
yeah,
now.
okay.
All right. Can we say that he's between most of the everyone in here and the door,
Sure.
so they can't
If
just
that's-
run out
if-
the
Is that cool with you, Dan?
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay.
yeah. So people can't just run out the door. So what I'm going to do, I am going to use my ability to push myself to perform a feat of physical force that verges on the superhuman.
Okay.
I'm going to pick up the piano and throw it through the window
God damn.
while
Wayne.
yelling.
You know, piano weighs.
That's his ability.
I know.
is that it is
I'm not saying
superhuman.
no. I'm not saying no. I'm not the GM. I'm just saying, holy shit, that's like 1,000 pounds.
Yeah, well,
Yep.
and that's why this ability specifically, it borders on superhuman. That
Yeah.
may even past bordering.
Yeah.
But yeah, he tosses it out the window while yelling, "Hit the streets before that fucking ghost shows up!"
Wow.
I love it.
Yeah, that's
Wait.
not even a roll, right? He pushes himself, he takes the stress, and there is the mud, the blood, the beer, and the piano is now in the streets. So yeah. Wayne, what is your intent? Your intention is to get everyone just fucking run for it?
Yes, I want them on the streets screaming, so the bluecoats have to show up because chaos has hit the streets, and there's a piano in the middle of the street.
Okay, I tell you what. I started a 2-phase clock, very, very simple clock. That is the blue coats, they come a running. So we're saying basically that you guys achieve the first part and you are well on your way to the second part. I just need you guys to tell me how you are differentiating this for the blue coats, like how are you escalating this to get them all to show up?
I got an idea.
Yeah.
All right. So one of my equipment that I'm going to check off is documents.
Mm-hmm.
As this is happening, I grab one of the people that's going and I flash like a secret, like a special investigator or something badge.
Yeah.
And I say, "Go get the blue coats. There's a possessed psycho in here."
Just give me a roll for that, like a sway. It could be a command.
Yeah,
it
I'll
could
use-
be a sway.
Yeah, I use command.
Yeah,
It's like, "Go now."
yeah. Do it.
All right. I am going to push myself.
Okay.
So that adds 2 stress. Okay. Highest is a 4.
Highest is 4. Well, you do it. You do it. So you do it, but there's a consequence. You suffer severe harm, serious complication. So here's what I'm going to say. You have an inspector's badge. This is a real deal, legit inspector's badge that has fallen into your possession.
Of course.
This is part of your special documents. This guy, you don't know what he's thinking or if he's thinking. He goes, "Yes, sir." Grabs the badge out of your hand and runs off before you can stop him. Your badge just ran out the door. Those things are real hard to get. And so your item here, the
documents?
The documents, cross that off.
Okay.
You are not going to have access to the documents. You are going to, if the game has legs, you are going to have to do a easy-ish downtime project to recreate your documents, to basically get this badge back.
He stole my shit. I'm like,
he stole your shit. Now, he is running to the inspector. So there's an inspector down there saying shit's going down. Come on. And he's going to hold up your badge, and that's what's going to get him to come. But he ain't going to give your badge back.
Yeah, okay. I guess that's worth it.
Yep.
Jet side question, since I have
Yes,
a
sir.
spirit mask on. Is there a spirit in here?
No.
Okay.
No. I mean, not that you see. I mean, it's a large chaos, but there's multiple rooms. It's not like you can see.
Well, right. But I mean, did I see? Is there something present that?
I mean, you can try to attune. I mean, no, not that you see. No, you're just asking if you see it. No.
Because with the spirit mask on, I just see them, right?
You just see them, yeah.
Like eyeball them. Yeah, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we've said like a tune would be you could pull them from nearby buildings even.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which I've got a pretty good attune, but I'll save that for when it's. Well, I realize there's no turns, but
Right.
I'm trying to do equal share spotlight here, so
Okay.
I will delay that.
So there is a lot of chaos, right? There are people running, there's people screaming, there's people running out the door, there's people tripping over each other. And in the course of all of this, the whole plan was to make the blue coats charge into the building. Like not just one or two, but basically there's a substation or small precinct down the block, and to get them all to come running up here. And now we're going to flash back a moment. And Lard says, it's the chief inspector of the Bluecoats. This is who we need. This is who we need to be present. Because we need his hand.
Now they're speaking my language.
So the Bluecoats are coming. In fact, they're, to kind of speed things along, as it were, as the Scovelanders and whalers and bar patrons and whores and hangers-on and every other person is running out this hole that Jack made, the Bluecoats are running into the hole that Jack made. And they're kind of slamming into each other, and it is a whole lot of chaos. In the middle of this, there is a guy who is in a different uniform. He's in an inspector's uniform, and that is your target. Lard said his name is Inspector Talbot, and he said that you need to cut his hand off, but he can't be killed. And that was the purpose of this chaos and bar fight, is that you guys need to somehow remove his hand and abscond with it, but
Yeah,
make it look like it is part of this chaos, that you guys weren't trying to take his hand.
Oh, shit.
So the bluecoats are pouring in, but it is a lot of the people left, but not all of them. In fact, this is a big place. So not all of them, and the hole is only piano sized. And so they slam into each other. So now you have drunken, scared whalers slamming into confused, angry bluecoats. And
Covered in
bluecoat,
blood because of all the glass that they're going through.
yeah. And so you have like some very swarthy, angry people to begin with who are all liquored up, facing what is effectively the largest gang in Dustwall, who they are not your friendly neighborhood police. They answer with a truncheon first. They take bribes. They squeeze for protection money. Bluecoats are not the good guys. People do not teach their children to go to the bluecoats when they're lost. That is the worst thing you can do. Bluecoats are bad guys, just as bad as the other scoundrels, if not worse. They slam into this, and it is a fight in the street. Under no uncertain terms are these guys like trying to figure out what's going on. There is a massive act of violence going on, half in the bar and half out of the bar, and in this hole, which is now getting bigger, and people are getting cut up and pressed into the glass, and there you guys are. So, Dr. Prowse, what do you do with this gentleman who has your knife?
I look him deep in the eye and I say, do you want to live? I have to imagine you do.
He kind of, yes.
I can fix you, you know. I'm a doctor.
He kind of puts his hands over his crotch because I don't know, don't want that.
No, I mean, right now, the blade is in what is called your ascending or descending aorta, which is the portion of the largest artery in your body that goes up through here, out of the heart, and then goes down this way. And I'm kind of tracing the line on his body. And this knife, which you unfortunately stumbled into, is both cutting into it, but also it's like a cork. It's kind of funny if you think about it, that the good and the evil are all the same here. So, I think we could make a trade. A doctor's services are normally expensive, but I believe in you. If you look like a tough man, are you a tough man?
Yes. He's kind of like crying. You think
I
peed himself?
Kind of tilt my head toward the inspector, and I say, "You see that man?
Yeah.
Do you think in all of this chaos, you can give me his hand if I gave you the tool to do it? And then we can." Oh, no killing. Just his hand. And then there are things I can do, special things to make you right so you won't die here and become a spirit in a bottle, which would not be a good fate for you. And I think you've got some belief. You have faith, don't you?
What? Sure.
Then you have to believe this will work. And from inside the cassock, I pull out these probably 2-foot long bone shears.
Yeah.
And I put them into his hand.
Mm-hmm.
Nudge the knife, not enough to hurt him anymore, but just enough to make clear that if he tries to stab me with those, he's going to be in a much worse situation than I am.
Uh-huh.
And say, if you just take your offhand and hold this knife here, and you take this hand and you just use those shears to go cut off his hand in the middle of all of this mayhem. My friends here can increase the mayhem because we want you to succeed. We believe, and I just want you to believe. Okay?
He kind of is scared and nods and stuff. He's in pain, obviously, but he's a tough guy. He kind of guts through it.
Okay, so I kind of pat him on the shoulder to encourage him and kind of turn him in the right direction and give him an Adigo Johnny.
All right. So what he turns off, Dan, I want you to make a roll for me here to convince him, to not convince him, but to set him on his path. Command or sway or something.
Yeah, hold on. I do have command. I really hesitate to push myself because I'm getting high on that chart.
Right.
Then I'll use my foresight to give you.
Okay, so at least give me a second die. See, I do have command, so let's do 2 dice. Okay. Okay, got a 5, and it is a desperate situation, so I get my 2 point of resolve.
Okay, so you do it. So he's going over there. He's trying to fight there. That doesn't mean that he leaps over them and ninja flicks that guy's hand off. But he is you've convinced him, and he is giving it his best effort to try and stay alive to go over there.
Uncle Trico?
Yeah.
You don't suppose he really would pull a ghost out of that guy like right here, do you?
I don't know. He probably could. I've heard stories that some of those crazy bastards can do that.
And being a spider, you're good at reading people.
Mm-hmm.
Jack, you can hear fear in his voice.
Best not to get on his bad side.
No. Right.
Okay. So I've started a 4-point clock. Now, this clock's a little different than the others. So this is...
Explain these clocks real quick to anyone playing the home game for larger or complicated...
Hey, real quick, you explain them. I'm going to go pee.
Okay. So to explain these clocks to the people at home who've never seen this game before. The game uses these pie charts that are called clocks. And anytime you are trying to accomplish a complex or a multi-part action, you fill in the pie chart as you make progress on it. And obviously, each time you attempt to make progress, there is a chance that either you fail to make progress, you could lose progress, or that secondary things go wrong. Secondary things going wrong is exactly what we have a room full of right now.
Well, and the difficulty of the chart is how many slices of the pie there is.
Yeah.
So a more difficult action may have 6, 8 slices.
Right.
And an easy action may have 2,
it's like
3,
you're
4.
trying to build your clockwork mech. That's going to be a lot of pie slices. In this case, starting a bar brawl, it required us to succeed 4 times. So we had to antagonize people for 4 pie slices. Once we had the people antagonized, to get the cops to respond to the situation by escalating it was 2 pie slices. So it was a pie cut in half.
Yep, and that's how healing works. That's how downtime actions, when you start doing projects, they get clocks like that as well. And it's all about filling in those pie charts.
Yeah, and in fact, we turn this into a campaign. I already know what my first big pie, my downtime pie is going to be. But
it's really interesting for me because I usually have had characters where I've had a ton of projects, especially when I was a tinker. But I don't know what my projects are going to be as a cutter. It may be
kick ass.
Maybe very different.
Then maybe that's going to be my second project. My first one's going to be convert you into my cult because that'll take away your fear. It's exposure therapy. We're researching it all the time. And no, I'm thinking maybe my pie is trying to start off a side gang that he never it's just like I don't know, because I know eventually gangs feed dice back into the members and such, and so I may start trying to set up that he's got actually has the support of a cult that is primarily in the insane asylum, but also does have some followers outside of it that might be usable resources. I don't know. I'll have to see what Chad says about that. But
Yeah, so I have no idea for me. It's usually so much easier. I have projects I'm working on, whether as a whisperer or a tinker or things like that. But this isn't the character that builds.
yeah,
things or
I
researches.
do. Well, and okay, Chad's back. So okay. So once he gets headsets on. Okay, so Chad, we explained the pie charts. You've got a pie chart of 4 parts. One
They're not
part
pie charts. They're
Okay,
clocks. They're
our-
totally different.
our danger clock, ticking
right.
down to our actual success, not our doom.
I need a
But-
Venn diagram about pie charts and clocks and where they cross over.
Yeah. A Vin clock.
I like the fractal clock. It's a regular, like circular clock, and each position of the hands just shows the current position of the hands again in an icon. So, like 12, it doesn't say 12; it just shows both hands pointed straight up.
All right. So, where were? Okay, yeah.
So, yeah,
All
you
right,
got a
so
pie chart,
clock.
or I'm sorry, you got a doom
No.
clock.
Doom clock.
You got a doom clock
Doom clock.
until Vermintide.
Right. So there is. It has 4 sections on it. So there are 4 players. So basically, you guys have to enact a plan where each of you fills in one piece of this pie. Dan has filled in his piece of the pie by sending this guy after him.
Yeah,
What
help
are
him
each-
succeed.
Yeah, what are each of you going to do to get this son of a bitch hand off of him?
Well, we've already got a patsy. We've got a fall guy to do it. Just help him succeed.
So
But this guy is blind.
this is a big brawl right now. People are fighting, and they're fighting. the
There's
blue
like-
coats as well, and all of that.
Yeah, with the blue coats, there's like 100 people now because, like I said, this was a big place. This is a bar, tavern, drinking hall, really, that handles whalers when they come in to dock. Now, these whaling ships are big, and there's probably a couple of these things. And this place handles them when they come in and they get paid and they get drunk and drink their paycheck and fuck their paycheck away and then get back on their ships.
So-
Down by the docks. I'm sorry.
As a middle of the fight, I'm going over. I want to grab him and basically toss him, try to hold him either again on the ground or against the wall, so the other guy can slip in.
I'm going to need. All right. So hold on one second. Mike, you wanted to say something?
Well, basically, and again, it doesn't matter when I have the opportunity, but what I would like to do is try to get in a position where I can use one of the smoke bombs in my second bandolier to create a distraction and cover so that that Dr. Proust's asset can,
No, I like Dan's ass. Go back to that one.
and so basically, so Dan's asset can make its move, right? Or make its
Yeah.
move. So I want to use a smoke bomb to basically create diversion and greater confusion.
I
Okay.
like that going first because that makes it easier for me to do
Well-
what I want to do without being seen.
I was actually going to mention that, Wayne, so because it's not like this guy is on the edge closest to you with his hand out looking the other direction, right?
Right.
So we're going to have to make some rolls to get to that. So, yeah, no, that actually works really well. But, Mike, okay, we're in a desperate position.
Right.
And it's chaos, right? It's everything going on. I want you to roll not to throw the bomb right now. I want you to roll to try to get into a position to where you can deploy this thing
All right.
without getting hurt. That's the thing.
Well, so it's interesting, but we flash back to before the bar brawl actually began,
Okay.
and we were sitting at different tables because we didn't go in together because we're smart. We didn't
Right.
want them to know that we were a group. And because I went in first, knowing that I wanted time to study and survey the area, I made a mental map of the room so I can see where the crowd is, right? But I know that there's if I move along the bar, along the back wall where things are a little bit cramped, even though it's awkward to move around, there won't be people back there because it's awkward and difficult to move around. So I'm going to take that route that I had planned for our escape instead and use it to try to get in position to drop the smoke bomb.
I dig it. Yeah. We'll say that is, I don't know, man. That's not even like a strat. That's like, well, you guys were pressed for time.
So I have an ability, or excuse me, I'm doing, if I should, I mean, I'm not certain, the survey action.
Yeah. So I tell you what.
To observe a situation and anticipate outcomes. So I have a lay of the land, so to speak.
I tell you what. I'm gonna do a counter proposal on you.
Okay.
You can do that. Get in position, 0 stress, no roll. That's a good flashback. It's easy enough to do. I mean, you're a scoundrel, and basically what you said is that you showed up early in your case in the joint.
Right.
Absolutely. 0 stress, you do it, you're fine, you get into position. Or, if you want, you can spend 2 stress for a flashback where you pre-planted the smoke bombs.
I already marked 2 stress off in anticipation of pushing myself. So done. I absolutely pre-planned the smoke bomb. So I would like my pre-planned smoke bomb to detonate.
Excellent. They absolutely detonate. So I'm trying to figure out if on a flashback you get a roll or it just I'm going to say it just happened because you spend your resources to have it happen. So to have it to make you roll on it is a chance for it not to happen, and then you spend stress. So it just happens.
Understood.
So yeah, absolutely. Smoke bombs go off. How voluminous do you want this to be? Do you want this to fill up the whole place? Or
it says that the smoke, it creates a cloud of acrid smoke that is difficult to breathe and stings the eyes.
Right.
So, and I don't know how far I can take it, but ideally I would have put it in a position where the plumage is basically going to divide, basically 3 segments: outside, plume of smoke, and then deep interior of bar, if that makes sense.
If you spend enough resources, you could smoke this whole damn block for all I care.
No, I don't want to do that. I just
or you can be more tactical. Yeah.
No, I wanted to do it with a little bit more surgical precision. So
sure.
Essentially, basically segregate or separate the target from the rest of the blue coats, or from the majority, or for some, just provide opportunity to get the MacGuffin.
Yep. All right, cool. Yeah, no, you set off the smoke bombs. You have them like quadranted out, so you don't set off the ones where you got. See, I kind of figure that you guys have kind of rallied around the bar. And, there's like shots of bourbon kind of lined up for you. You guys are like, man, this really went to shit, didn't it? All right, how we doing this? Man, look at that guy go. I mean, I never saw a guy go with a knife in him. He's pretty motivated. It's like, where the hell those big-ass scissors come from? And I was like, they're not scissors. They're this sort of instrument, blah, blah, blah. And then Alexander's like, yeah, I really don't like this place. Boop. Poof. And so, yeah, that area fills with smoke. Not the area you're standing in because you're a smart guy. And so, yeah, the chaos of the fight. I mean, it's like fun. It's the mud, the blood, and the beer are rolling outside, and a piano, and a whole bunch of teeth on the ground, and all this smoke, then glass and blood. And it has gone from bar fight, the hostage situation, to like
riot.
It's basically a riot now. I mean, it's like, I don't want to say it's a riot. It's like a pre-riot.
Now anyone who doesn't like the blue coats, here's their chance to get a pound of flesh.
Yeah, and then who doesn't love a scrap except Bluecoats?
Yeah.
It's like they just can't start kicking ass en masse, but now they have an excuse, and so yeah.
Well, I wasn't sure if I'd smoked. I wasn't sure if I had packed my smoke bombs or my grenades, because both either require technical skill and or mayhem to earn me experience points. Oh, by the way, I used something in Desperate, didn't I?
Yes, you did. No, wait.
Oh, no,
did you
I
do an
didn't
action roll? Did you do
I
an
didn't
action?
roll. Yeah, no.
No.
I didn't roll. Yeah. You're right. But
All right.
basically, I thought about grenades too, because boy, shrapnel gives me a boner.
Yep. All right. So, Alex, this is not your contribution to the pie chart.
Okay.
This is you getting him to Jack to where he needs to go.
So
Roger that.
you would call that under, say, teamwork, a setup action.
Yes. Yes. He
Because
set
setup
you up.
action- Which means if I can get something on there, I get +1 effect.
Nice.
I would say, Wayne, you do not get +1 effect. You get an improved position
Okay.
if you want it. You can move to risky.
I'm going to move to risky because I know how I roll.
It's a long game, right? It's a marathon, not a sprint.
Yeah, I don't want to risk a serious or a severe harm.
Right.
So, all right.
But yeah, his setup basically Jack now, even though he's a big ass dude in all this chaos, he's not really a target. He's moving through the smoke. He's going through. Somebody comes up, in front of him. He decks him, and he is going for. What are you doing, Jack?
Yeah, I am going for this Inspector General guy that we're supposed to get, and I'm not trying to hurt him exactly. I'm trying. Well, I mean, I am
You're
trying
not
to
trying to
hurt
kill
him.
him. Yeah, you're not
Right.
trying to kill him.
I'm
punch
trying-
drunk.
Yeah, I'm trying to basically pin him so the other guy can come in and slice.
Sure.
Yeah, maybe knock him to the ground.
Yeah.
Say that. I'm trying to hit him so hard he hits the ground.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, so that would be either skirmish or wreck. I have the same amount of dice with either, so that doesn't matter. Is the smoke an advantage? He doesn't see me coming.
Well, it's not a fortune roll. And the
Got it.
smoke gave you a setup, and the setup
Okay.
improved your position. So
Okay.
that way, if you screw this up, you're not going to lose your balls or something.
I want to push myself, but I'm getting high on stress.
It's a marathon, not a sprint.
You want an assist?
An assist would be good.
All right, I'll use my second and last assist. Free assist.
All right. Come on. Holy shit, 2 6s.
Oh, critted it.
Wow.
So that hand is just laid out and dressed and ready to go. Tied up like a turkey.
So that is an increased effect, right? So that kind of goes against the nature of the clock that I had set up, but that's okay because that's how you're supposed to run it. You're not. It goes against the nature of the clock because I want each of the players to fill in a slice.
But Brodor used
But-
his as a setup and a support. So
Exactly, and I do not want to take that away from Wayne at all.
Yeah.
So I am going to change the nature of this clock.
Yep.
So
Brodor
Mike-
was the bard, and he got his by sending the big
Yeah.
fighter in.
absolutely. So that fills in 2. That leaves 1, which falls to Uncle Treacle because Dr. Proust. Because this all happens very quickly, right?
Mhm.
This all happens immediately. So what happens is Jack rolls in. The Dr. Proust does his thing. He sends forth the patsy. Alexander looks at the situation and he goes, "Yes, that is number 5B." Click. Boof. Jack is like, awesome. And he charges into the smoke, knocks some guys down, finds the dude, sees this guy kind of with these big sort of weird ass scissor things with a knife in his gut, sees the blue coat inspector and two of the guys around, punches one of the blue coats near him, sees a Skovelander about to just take his head off with a chair, and then Jack grabs a bottle of like whiskey that's standing there, wings it at the Skovelander who's going to take the inspector's head off, and hits him square in the face with it. The guy falls backward, disappears in the smoke, no idea what happened. The inspector goes whoop, turns around as the bottle flies by him, which gives Jack the opening to basically clothesline the guy and then follow up with a headlock and says, "Hey, knife guy!" And then the guy's coming over, chomp, 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 and put it in position. Whoop! And the thing snaps off, flies up into the air. Uncle Treacle, there is your target. You must get it. It's not just a matter of getting it. It's a matter of getting away with it.
All right, so I'm going to spend a stress for a flashback.
Okay.
And right before we walked in, there was an urchin, some fisherman's son or something like that. And I slipped him some coins and I said, "How much for the fish?" And I bought all the fish and I said, "Now, you see that big fella right there? When the smoke goes off, go into the smoke, and that guy will hand you something. You put it in your basket."
Nice.
He will hand you something, right? Oh.
And
and then you bring that basket to me.
Awesome. I am going to say, how are you looking on stress right now?
I'm at 4. That'll put me at 4 stress.
At 4 by spending 2?
For the flashback?
Yeah.
That'll put me at 5 stress.
Okay. We'll go 4. Yeah, we'll have you spend 1.
Okay.
That works. Because you spent some resources on it, and we'll say that you had to maybe, like, when the brawl broke out, you saw the kid maybe trying to hightail it, and you had to, like, grab him by his scruff. Like, no, we have a deal, young man.
Right.
And so, no, that have, the lands, puts in a fish basket, Uncle Treacle takes a shot, says, "Gentlemen," and he walks out the back door where he meets the young urchin who hands him a basket of fish. So I assume that you guys hightail it out there. Dr. Proust, the guy comes back, you obtain your implement, and
No, I'll take him with me out the back door because I told him I'd try and fix him, so I really will try and fix him.
okay. And you have I wouldn't say an office, you're a little too poor for that, but you have a table and a not quite rusty knife somewhere, and then you patch him up.
Yeah, so I'll at least sew it over before he clamp it and sew it before he bleeds to death.
So you guys, kind of exit and go on your way. And you split up and leave and then meet back. In a certain amount of time, it's like where you're not followed and whatnot. So that concludes that score. You guys successfully achieved your objectives, and you have also successfully gotten away. And you also successfully destroyed a pretty good bar too. But that's
fuck them.
Right.
There's always another bar.
There is always another bar.
I said, how nice was it anyway? If the patrons were that prone to violence and all covered in grease, and
well, I mean,
I think it was too nice of a bar.
That's why you go to that bar.
Okay.
I was going to say, what does that say about the city of Duskwall? It's a pretty good bar.
I mean, they have a decent eel sandwich. So, so
I'm not eating something that wriggles.
I've got some bad news for you.
Damn it.
So, what do you guys do? The instructions were to basically return the hand to Lard at a specific time, an hour or so. Like,
well, I mean,
actually, no. I'm sorry. Let me think about this for a second. No, his instructions were to, as soon as you get the hand, to return it to him. Obviously, knowing that you have to split up and converge again and that sort of thing, so you don't get followed.
Chad, could I make a study check or something to see if I can guess what the hell would they? Am I familiar with any ceremonies or whatever that would require specifically a person's hand?
There are lots.
There are lots. Okay.
Yeah.
That's
Not
odd.
as significantly more than that require feet, but yeah, hands are pretty common.
I could also see it being blackmail of this hand now exists. If you die with the hand missing, you're going to come back as a ghost.
So you guys, Dr. Proust has to take care of some stuff, but you guys converge in. One of the things that you've noticed is that, I don't know if Uncle Treacle shared this yet or not, the job came through really quick. It wasn't like, there wasn't a bunch of foreplay, right? It's, you put a bunch of feelers out, you weren't getting any decent nibbles or anything you wanted for like a week or so, and then you got a bite, but it wasn't like, well, meet me here tomorrow, or have, check my resources, blah, 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 or this. It was, be here in an hour. When you got there, it's like, you have an hour to do this score. Return it to me immediately. Basically, in the time it takes for you to catch a cab from the bar to the meeting place. And shake any tails. So like 15, 20 minutes, and return the hand to me.
I assume that the freshness is significant to whatever Lard is going to prepare. He's going to eat the hand, right?
hands are fresh, right?
No, he's going to curl it into a fist, and he's going to tell you to bend over.
Oh my! Then I'm going to look like that. Then I'm going to look like that picture I put in the cheap seats about Dan's character.
Yeah, he'll be like, "This is how you get in the gang. Welcome."
Yeah.
He just wants to do the stranger.
That's right.
Oh yeah.
You gotta walk around with dude's hand in your ass for a week, and then you're in the gang.
Yeah.
I have no reason to withhold that information, so yeah, everybody knows what happened.
Yeah. So, what do you guys do? I go back to Lard, or
yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Play handball.
You
slap each other with the hand.
Right. I'll go directly to Lard after, doing a roundabout way of getting there. The rest of you, I can do it myself, or you can go with me. It's fine. I don't care. So whatever you guys want.
I just, for safety's sake, someone should go with you. I'll accompany you.
Yeah, I'd go with you because that's what I do. I just stand there and look menacing.
Right. You're really good at it.
And I just stand there and be handsome.
Yeah. You go to the meeting place. It's the same coffee shop and everything. You guys are a little worse for wear. Same sort of setup thing happens, only a little bit faster this time. And you guys are sitting there, and you hand it over.
I put the fish basket on the table. It doesn't have fish in it. It's just the hand.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
He looks at it, and then he flips it over, and he takes out this powder, this vial, and it's kind of glowing blue. You can tell it's like some sort of electrophasmic powder. You three don't quite understand. Well, actually, no, you're a tinker or a leech. He pulls out this electrophasmic chemical. You're not exactly sure what it is. If you had time to study it, maybe you could figure it out. He turns the hand over to where the palm is up, and he kind of taps a little bit of it on the hand, and the hand kind of goes like this. It starts wiggling, curling, and then in the middle of the palm, it's a blue dark, deep blue electric symbol appears as if there was a tattoo on the hand, and it glows, and he's like, yes, that's it. How would you fellas like to make a little bit extra money?
More money's always good.
And that's where we'll end it for tonight.
All right.
I adore the system. I absolutely do. And I adore it for two specific reasons.
Mm-hmm.
One, it does away with everything that infuriates me as a game master.
Yeah.
Like everything that we talked about that drives me crazy on yesterday's episode that we recorded, this gets rid of a lot of it, number one. Number two, it's a game about managing resource, right? And
Yep.
love
risk,
that.
reward, and resource.
I love it. I love, like, I'm okay. So how much stress do I have left? And oh crap, I've already checked off 2 items. I love the flashback mechanic, the fact that we don't plan and everything hits the ground running in media res. Fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and even with the stress, let's say you don't have much stress, then you have to question, do I really want to do my vice?
Yeah.
Because it's easy. The more stress you have, the harder it is to overindulge. The less stress, the easier.
Yeah. So you have to make it in the downtime. You have to make a decision of, I have 3 stress. Do I want to risk blowing my vice and having these problems to get rid of 3 stress? But do I really want to go into the next score hanging on to 3 stress? That's going to screw me. Yeah, I love the system. It's great.
Is 3 stress a lot?
No, the thing is when you it
depends on how bad things
Yeah.
go.
It means you have less to use, but
Yeah.
when you roll your vice, you end up roll the dice, and whatever the highest number is, that's what you clear. If that number is more than the stress you have, then you've overindulged and you lose your vice.
Oh, that won't be an issue. I have exactly 6. So
Yeah, so it's not possible for you. I have 5, so it'd be really hard for me to overindulge.
Right on.
But if you
That's
have
cool.
2, then you have to really think about that.
Yeah.
And if you have traumas, then if you don't indulge it, then your trauma will give you stress in your downtime.
Yeah. Yeah, like you could have 2 stress and say, you know what, I'm just not going to indulge the vice because I don't want to risk it and that sort of thing. But you have a trauma now, and your trauma, like, you're broken, and you need to you inject the heroin in your eyeballs because you are just damaged individual. So what this is, you have actually gone through 50% of my content for this one shot. There's actually a whole nother half of this game to go. I think if you guys are interested, I would like to run the other 50% for the next time we get together. I think that it'll be good because it'll give Brandon a chance to get into the game too.
Right.
So what I would like to do is I would like to go do the downtime part of the game so you guys can see that and interact with the vice and that sort of thing. Now, from a story standpoint, if you notice, Lard is on a schedule, right? And so what you have to do next is immediate. So from a story standpoint, you guys actually don't have time to do a downtime thing and to do the stress thing and to do the vice thing because that takes time and all that sort of stuff. I would actually like to let's hang a lamp on that. Let's have you guys do your downtime action and do your vice and do all of that as if you had tons of time. But when we go back to tell the story, it's immediate.
Okay, then in that case, are you going to do the payoff, heat, and entanglements?
Yes.
I was just saying, the main reason I ask about that is because downtime could be reducing heat and things like that.
So,
Yes.
Okay, I have another question that is a hang off of the run itself. I know we got XP for each time we did something rolled during desperation. Is there anything else that we would have collected XP on that I missed?
Yeah. So look at your character sheet.
Well, hold
There is-
on a second. Let's.
No,
do
I know
the-
there's the post game XP, but I mean during game. I know there's the.
No, only the roll on the desperate thing is where you get the in-game XP.
Okay, that's
And then you guys-
all I was trying to figure out.
Then you guys have a conversation about what you've done
Done right
during
okay.
the game.
Right. And that's I wasn't trying to move to that. I was just
Yeah, right,
I
right.
thought Broder at one point said, well, if I use this ability, that will give me XP or something like that. And I may have misunderstood him. Like, wait,
I thought at the time that because I had acted during in desperation, but because it was a flashback and I didn't actually roll dice, I
okay.
didn't earn the XP.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
So
okay. So,
we're
go ahead.
what we're going to do is we're going to do the downtime thing, right? The downtime thing represents taking days, weeks, hell, even a month between scores, right? We're just going to ignore that aspect of it, and we're just going to do the mechanical part. Because when the game picks up again, it is going to be you guys leaving the coffee shop to do this next part, because that will allow you to burn stress off. And Brandon comes in, because when Brandon comes in, he will have no stress, right? His fresh character. So all you guys will be on a more or less even keel. Now, he will miss out on the XP, but you know what? I guess his brain shouldn't have, exploded in his skull today. So that's going to be his problem. And we're going to do downtime. So there's some stuff with the crew, because the crew is its own character. It has its own a character sheet. The crew gains experience. The crew gets skills and items. The crew gets stuff. You guys aren't a crew yet, so we're just going to skip the crew part.
Okay.
But we are going to do the heat part. So,
Okay.
so if you look at the cheat sheet here, there are steps to it. So there's the payoff. Step 1 is the crew earns 2 rep. We're ignoring that. You're not crew yet. If the score is higher, that's rep. You also earn a coin reward based on the nature of the operation. So he promised you 2 coin and gang affiliation. So when you get a crew, we're going to note that you have a Red Sash affiliation, if you guys want it. The group gets 2 coin. I don't care who holds that, who has it, who does it. There's 4 of you guys, and there's only 2 coins, and you can't subdivide the coins.
No.
So, now, if we had a crew and a hideout and stuff, there's actually a crew stash that you'd put this in. So if somebody just wants to make a little note saying that the crew has 2 gold,
I got it.
coin.
Okay.
Oh, you got
I
it?
nominate Broder.
Yeah,
I was going to nominate Eric because he
you
seems
nominate
to be our
Broder.
leader.
yeah. So, like I said, I don't care who has it or who does it or who what's it. So, then there's the entanglement.
Yeah, heat then entanglement.
Oh yeah,
Because
yeah,
heat
you're right.
determines
Just
wanted
2.
level, which
Yep, yep.
determines which entanglement you roll on.
Okay, so after the score or conflict with an opponent, the crew takes heat. Add +1 heat for a high-profile or well-connected target. Add +1 heat if the situation happened on hostile turf. Add +1 heat if you're at war. That's like a gang thing. Add +2 heat if killing was involved. So let's go through that. In your guys' opinion, was there a high-profile or well-connected target?
Well, yeah, if he's the lead inspector for the blue coats in that area.
Okay, so that's +1 heat. And somebody needs to mark this down too. Like I said, there would be a gang sheet that somebody. Okay.
Yep. I'll keep track of it. I got it. So we're at +1 heat.
Yep. Add +1 heat if the situation happened on hostile turf. Technically, no. You're not a
I was
gang.
gonna say, yeah, they didn't like it. I mean, it was a bar. It wasn't.
Yeah, you're nobodies.
They were
and you're
nobodies.
nobodies. There's no one's hostile towards you because no one knows who you are.
Yeah.
Yet. add +1 heat if you're at war. You're not at
We
war.
aren't.
You're not a gang.
No.
Add +2 heat if killing was involved.
Came close, but I don't think anyone actually got killed.
I don't think anyone got killed either.
Yeah, there was several people maimed, but I don't think anyone was actually killed.
So you guys are efficient, brutal killers. Killing is 2 heat, just straight off the top. The assassin's crew has heat problems because that's all they do is kill high-profile, well-connected targets. Their
Heat
whole
problems
thing,
like a clan mech.
yeah, their whole thing is burning heat off. So, no. What are we at, Mike? Is that 2
1.
heat? 1?
One.
Perfect. Okay, so 0 heat is a smooth and quiet with low exposure. 2 heat is contained to standard exposure. So you're not even at 2 yet. So this went according to plan. It was a loud bar brawl. An inspector got his hand cut off in the chaos. Well, you know what? Probably people got broken noses and broken ribs, and that was probably the worst injury. People got stabbed. So, yeah. 3, entanglements. After payoff, roll dice equal to your wanted level and read the result according to your heat. So this is the thing, is as the gang gains heat and gains rep and starts doing things, the crew gets a wanted level. And then during the entanglements, you roll the number of dice equal to your wanted level. The higher the heat is, the worse the chart is you have to roll on.
Ah.
So right now, you guys don't have a wanted level. Your wanted level is 0. Nobody knows who you are. So you roll 0 dice. But just somebody roll me a d6. Let's just say you have a wanted level of 1. This is an example.
4.
So you got a 4 on the 0 through 3 heat dice, which means rivals or unquiet dead. I usually have you guys choose. This is basically a problem that happened as a result of your of the score you just did. And we have a conversation where we talk about like how do we tie it in and stuff. Rivals, a neutral faction throws their weight around. They threaten you or a friend or a contact or one of your vice purveyors, forfeit 1 rep or 1 coin per tier of the rival, or stand up to them and lose 1 status with them. And then unquite dead, a rogue spirit is drawn to you. Perhaps it's a victim. Acquire the services of a whisper, which is Dan, or a railjack to attempt to destroy or banish it or deal with it yourself. But like I said, I just wanted to show you guys that as an example. None of that happens because you have no wanted level. You aren't there yet. 4 is the actual downtime. When you're at liberty between scores and find some respite from your peril, you may pursue 2 downtime activities from the list below. There are some abilities that let you do more, and there's ways that you can, like the coin you earned, you can spend coin to get more downtime activities. But you get 2 for free from the ones listed below. You recover all of your armor. That was another thing. You guys didn't use any armor.
No.
You recover all of your armor uses. During downtime, you may perform additional activities from the list by spending 1 coin or 1 rep. For all downtime rolls, add 1d to the roll to get help from a friend or contact. Those are the guys that you put on your sheet, that your rival and your friend. After the roll, you may increase the result level by 1 for each coin spent. You're basically hiring assistants. And that's like if you don't have a doctor, you buy a doctor, you have 3 wounds, let's say. You make the roll, you clear 1 wound. Well, you spend a coin and you kind of get a better doctor, and that clears 2 wounds, sort of thing. So you guys can acquire an asset, temporary use for the crew. So that's like a boat or a carriage or a cache of guns or some explosives or whatever. You guys don't need any of that for this one. You can create or work a long-term project if you have the means. That is what Alexander is all about. Roll a trait and mark one segment of the project clock. So if Mike is starting a project for his design, because he's a tinker, he's making a device, there's a mini game that he and I play where I ask him some questions and then we create a project. So if he's going to do that, we're going to do that in a minute. You recover. There's a healing clock on your thing that nobody took any injuries, but that we would do the healing part. You can reduce heat. Say how you reduce heat on the crew and roll your action. Reduce heat according to the result levels. So you have, one heat, which isn't really doing anything to you, but the heat doesn't disappear. It collects. Does anyone want to burn one of their actions to reduce that one heat? One heat is nothing.
Yeah. My intention are to work on a long-term project and to indulge my vice.
Yeah, you guys are going to have to indulge your vice. So I would say let the heat stay unless somebody has an action where they just aren't doing anything. One heat is nothing. 0 through 3 heat is nothing. Train, you can mark 1 XP for an attribute in your playbook.
So that was something we didn't mention before for the people that haven't played it before. There's different places you can put XP. So on your playbook, there's one for special abilities, and then there's one for insight, one for prowess, one for resolve. When you get an XP, you pick where you're going to put it. To do a playbook and take a new special ability, you fill up the playbook one. To get a new dot in one of the abilities that are under insight, prowess, or resolve, you fill that up.
Yeah,
it takes less to fill one of those up, but a lot of times the special abilities are bigger things.
Yeah. Especially like in your case, Dan, you don't have Physiker because you're a Whisper.
Yeah.
But if you get 3 special ability dots, if you notice down on the bottom of your playbook, it says veteran. You can take Physiker from Leech.
Yeah, the other thing I've contemplated is strange methods. Mm-hmm. Basically, I start doing tinker-like things, but instead I'm making arcane stuff.
Yep.
And I was thinking about if I could figure out some way to come up with a ghostly-based healing thingy or something. I don't even know.
No, absolutely. That's awesome. Now, you're going to, in a few minutes here, you're going to hear Mike and I do the mini game for his Tinker project. You would do the exact same mini game with me, only it would be like arcane base.
Oh, I'm picking long-term project as well as one of mine.
Right.
So I'm going to do Indulge Vice and long-term project.
Okay, so I'm going to assume everybody is going to at least use one of their things to indulge your vice. All right, yep. So that's the thing. Visit a purveyor of your vice and roll dice equal to your lowest attribute. Clear stress equal to your highest die result. If you clear more stress levels than you had marked, you overindulge. And nobody has a trauma, so
my lowest is 1, so it's for 1 die. Oh, I rolled a 6. Hell yeah.
Oh, you cleared it all?
Clean, yeah. First good roll I've made this game.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so I only got a 2. So I cleared 2 of my 5, and now I have to ask myself the question, do I want to use my second action to visit the vice again?
Yeah.
And I'm not going to take that gamble. I'm just going to go in with 3 stress next time.
Which is, that's half your stress. That's pretty heavy duty.
Because it's a 50-50 chance that I would overindulge.
Yeah.
All right. So what does overindulge entail?
Did you overindulge?
I'm gonna guess he did it.
Yeah, because I have 4 stress and I rolled a 5.
So you get to choose one of 4 things: attract trouble, select or roll an additional entanglement. That is your entanglement versus the gang's entanglement.
Yeah,
you can brag about it, and that adds 2 extra heat to the gang. It can be lost, which means your character goes away for a while, and your character, you play a different character until this one returns from their bender.
Yep.
or tapped, you lose your current purveyor of your vice. They cut you off.
Yeah.
Okay. So, of course, I'm going to brag.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, that's the whole point, right? You're
Right.
trying to make a name.
Right. So that adds 2 heat.
Yeah. So
All right.
we are now at 3 heat.
Uh-huh.
So I am going to use my second one because I don't have a project thought of yet. So I don't have anything else to do with it. I'm not going to risk vice. I'm going to reduce heat.
Okay.
And how I do that, the heat on us came from him bragging.
Yes. That really, it did. I mean, the 1 heat was not, it's just you're there. But then it's like, no, that was us.
Oh, yeah, his hand? Yeah.
Look at I put that shit down my pants. This is the
That's right.
stranger.
So it says for reducing heat, it says to roll your action. The hell is
Yes.
action?
Yep. I have to figure out what I am going to do to reduce it.
Okay, so it's
So,
going to be one
yeah.
of the possible actions on your character sheet playbook.
And he has to tell me what is going on. So basically, Uncle Treacle is going around shooting his mouth off. Jack rolls his skirmish because he goes following Uncle Treacle, punching the shit out of anybody he tells, menacing them to basically don't tell anybody. You didn't hear this. from us.
I'm going to do very similar to what you described, except instead of punching them, I'm going behind commanding.
Right. If you
share that story with anyone, I'm going to come back.
exactly.
4. How many does that
2.
clear? Okay, we're back down to 1.
Back to the 1. So,
I undid all of his bragging.
fantastic. Yeah, and there's this whole thing with rep, that the rep and tier. So when you guys do the crew, you start earning rep, and then you spend rep and coin to increase the tier. And as you increase the tier of the crew, basically you can actually start getting you turn your crew into a gang. You get NPC crews that work for you, and that you can use them and send them out to do stuff. And that's when that gets really interesting, because then I make it to where it's not the crew. They're called cohorts. It's not the crew's cohort. It is, but they kind of follow an individual character. So it would be like Dr. Proust's cohort, his cult, basically. Yeah, it would be Uncle Treacle's network of urchins. It would be stuff like that.
Right.
All right. So, does anybody have any outstanding actions that aren't projects?
Hold on.
You overdosed.
The problem is that Uncle Treacle's bragging was dealt with, but mine was not. No, I'm gonna actually. I have 5 stress and I rolled a 6.
Fantastic.
I mean, I feel like I want to attract demonic notice, but
Brodor, if we keep this game going, that would work really well, because my rival or whatever, I picked someone who is a demon, because we within our messed up heresies and dark cults, we're about mess with ghosts. We don't F with no demons, and we don't like no demons. So,
you eat demons, but yeah.
Yeah, if you pick a demon,
You don't
like,
make a
I'd be
deal
like a
with
demon person who
Right.
has their own cult and network and whatever.
They don't all have cults. Some of them have shops down by the wharf. But
Well, yeah, and then secretly they have a cult underneath, and just read our literature. And no,
yeah.
I mean,
So Chad, I don't have an idea for what that means in the immediate, right?
well, with the entanglement, you roll for it. You don't get to pick it.
So it says, and again, I will not argue with you, but it does say attract trouble, select, or roll an additional.
Oh, it does say select. You are correct. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Now,
I apologize.
If you're,
No, you're
if
right.
you're overruling that, I'm on
No,
board.
no, no, no.
You're
I misread it. No, you're right. You can pick it.
Then I would like for the party to have attracted demonic notice.
No, no. The party does not.
It's me?
You attract
Oh,
it.
done,
Yeah.
When-
done.
When it's the crew's entanglement, it's an everybody problem. When it's a you fucked up on your vice, that's a
Yeah.
you problem.
Yeah, I have
so-
had that happen before, Brodor. I've had the
Yeah.
demonic notice, and I've had unquiet dead. It was a lot of fun, and it really comes up at the worst possible times.
Oh yeah. So here's what I want you to do. I want you to work with Dan to make a demon NPC
Okay.
that is lore appropriate and
Yeah, I'll
hand
run
him over
past
and I'll
you.
have him fuck with you.
All right.
You might have to read some of the sections on like demons and stuff in the book. 'Cause
Roger that.
It's not like horn devil. I'm trying to tempt you into Satan. It's monsters, yeah. And I got the hardcover too. So and that's that. Okay, putting a pin in the projects part. That is downtime actions. So long-term projects are literally anything you want to do. Like, it's that stuff where, you have a character in a modern game who wants to learn Latin, but we're playing like Dresden Files or something, and it's like, okay, my character goes to, like in our current Dresden game, we have a barista who is going to college to get her degree in social work, right? This is a new thing that she decided to do. No one wants to role play that. It is a great character thing, and that's a neat note. No one wants to role play out her picking out classes and her dealing with a professor who doesn't like her. That's not the game. And she didn't want to deal with that either. So in Blades in the Dark, you do a project. You're like, okay, my downtime action is I am going to community college and learning Latin. And I'm like, okay, well, you're a pretty smart person. We're going to say that's a 5-segment clock. And we're just going to, every downtime, you're going to, spend an action to work on it. You make some rolls and boom, 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 you're there. And it's anything, right? It's anything you want to do. So specifically for the Leech, the Leech can make stuff. They can do designs and projects. They're called, or not project. They make devices. So there is a mini game in the book that I have to find. Let's see here.
So crafting starts on 224.
224. There we go. 224. 223. We have different books.
Oh, wow.
That's my 224. What's yours?
My-
This is totally different. Mine's a picture.
That's amazing.
Wow. I didn't know there were different versions of the hardcover book. Huh.
Check your
Oh, no.
copyright dates. See as
I'm an idiot. I'm looking at 124.
Oh,
Oh, sorry. It's been a long day. Let's see here. 220. 224 crafting.
11:30.
Yeah, I know. Okay. I've actually been in training all week long.
wow.
I had
That sucks.
3 8-hour training sessions with Microsoft. So and then I didn't have training today. Training was over, which meant I had to play catch up for 3 days worth of work.
Materials and tools to produce strange chemical builds.
All right, so crafting during downtime, a PC can, and this is any PC, can tinker with special materials and tools to produce alchemicals. That was like the smoke bombs and that drowning powder, and you can make your own. Build or modify items, so that Mike is going to build something. Modifying is a discussion that like Dan and I had, where turning his spirit rod into basically a cattle prod that'll put somebody down. Create Sparkcraft gadgets. Now, Sparkcraft is their magical mechano clockwork stuff. It's all called Sparkcraft because it's powered by the electrophasmic stuff. Or enhance arcane implements and weapon. That's your straight up magic type of stuff. The system for each method is similar with different details depending on the nature of the project. So you are inventing, right, Mike?
Yeah, so ideally, and I'm not well versed on how the system works exactly. Ideally, because I get to start the game with a special design already known. If applicable, I would like Line Thrower, the grapple gun thing. So essentially, it is Sparkcraft, with Artificer gives me a bonus die to. But it's a tier 2 item, and I don't think I understand what that means.
Okay, so here's the thing. I have to ask you some questions.
Shoot.
So what type of creation is it, and what does it do? It said a grapple gun.
Yeah, it is definitely Sparkcraft. It's called a Line Thrower. You can make a tier 3 version that also includes a retracting line that can lift a person. Ideally, that's what I want to do, but I don't know if I need to do like the level tier 2 project and then do an improvement on it later, or if I can build that from the get-go.
So basically what these are doing is we're asking the different, what does it do? How does it do it? How powerful is it? Because that creates the magnitude.
Gotcha. So basically, I mean, it's Batman's grapple gun, right?
Yeah.
But a Duskwall steampunkian version.
Exactly. So what is the minimum level of quality for this item? And remember, that's like there's a weapon, and then there's a fine weapon.
Yeah, Brodor, in a previous game, instead of Batman's grapple gun, I made Darkwing Duck's gas gun.
Nice.
To be able to shoot all of the chemicals that you get.
Oh, that's super cool. So is quality so it's going to be standard quality.
Okay, so just okay, that's fine.
Yeah,
so
standard quality.
All right. What rare, strange, or adverse aspect of this formula or design has kept it in obscurity and out of common usage? Why doesn't everyone just have one of these things? You're not the only Tinker Leech in existence.
Because they're super finicky, right? It's like a German car. It's amazing until the first time it fucking breaks down, and then it's not worth a goddamn thing. So the drawback would be complexity, right? It's a complex design.
Okay. And then you ask me, you're supposed to ask me what the minimum level of quality for that is. That's fine, man. You're supposed to ask me what drawbacks does this item have, if any?
Okay, Chad, what drawbacks does this item have? Any? It sounds very complex.
Yeah. Drawbacks. Yeah, complex. Would you say it's conspicuous? I would say not. Like a flamethrower is conspicuous.
Yeah, no, I definitely want in the coat, right? Like it'll what they call print, like for people who carry a concealed weapon. You'll be able to see an outline or impression, but I'm still hiding it, reasonably.
It also has the drawback of consumable. Right? So the gun itself is not consumable, but you have to load a charge in and fire it.
Right, so I can only do it so many times per game session.
Yep. So, yeah. And if you want, we can have that be one of your alchemical charges from your bandolier.
Oh, that would be super kick-ass. Yeah, I love that.
Yeah, so one of your things, like you have the grapple gun, and one of your charges is the thing. And for that, I would say that this thing is pretty powerful. Basically, it'll zip you up to where if you're just zipping yourself up to where you're going, remind me, because I will forget that I said this, it just works. You don't have to make like a crazy roll for it. Now, if you're doing like Tarzan shit and shooting and going over crocodiles, maybe we'll talk. It can also zip you and someone like Jack together, except you have to make a roll for that. Some like like you and a really huge big guy.
You weigh a
Right,
little bit
so-
more than 108 pounds.
Right. So if
Right.
it's just me, no roll. If I'm taking a
Yep.
guest, it's a roll.
Yep.
How many clock segments does that project?
So to make it, crafting, to craft something, spend one downtime activity to make a tinker roll to determine the quality level of the item you produce. A base quality level is equal to your crew's tier, which is 0, modified by the result of the roll. So they have a little chart on the next page. The results are based on your crew's tier because it indicates the overall quality of the workspace and materials you have
We
access
haven't
to.
established that.
Yeah, you guys, because you guys don't have a base. I mean, you guys are poor.
Right.
You live in a flop house or above your shop, or you couch surf.
Yeah.
So
Broder, which ability did you take?
Artificer.
Okay.
how
Yeah.
many?
So then you're going to get a +1 result level to your roll because
Yeah.
you're doing it.
How many dots in Tinker do you have?
I have 2 dots in Tinker because that's what I start with. And then Apprentice says that when I invent or craft a creation with SparkCraft features, take +1 die to your roll and begin with one special design already known.
All right. So you are at so basically we're skipping the inventing part because
Right.
that's our other thing. So we're in the crafting part. The GM sets a minimum quality level that must be achieved to craft the item based on the magnitude of the effects produced, which is what all those questions were. The GM uses the magnitude as a guideline for setting the quality level. It may be higher or lower at their discretion to better
Yeah.
describe the project.
If I remember how we understood it before, you needed a clock to create your design.
Mhm.
But once you have the
Yeah.
design, it was just a single crafting roll, and you create it during
Right.
your downtime.
Yep.
And you start with one design that you already know that's special to you.
Yep.
Okay, so the long-term project is the design.
The inventing. Yeah.
Okay.
Because it's not just drawing things on a plan, it's like making mock-ups
Well,
and
but you already-
experimenting.
He already has one plan, so
Yes,
that's-
he does. Yeah,
So
we
he does-
skipped that.
So if he's taking the grapnel line as
Yeah.
his
But
design, then his downtime activity would be starting a new design.
No, his downtime activity is making the
Oh, it's
the item.
making the item.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
I gotcha.
But we had
It's
to
the same
ask.
like, if it gets broken, you can rebuild it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because he doesn't get it back for free. He has to rebuild it, I think.
Okay.
Or he can make one for you, but he has to make it. But I had to ask the questions out of the inventing thing so that I can get the idea for the magnitude here.
Right.
So I'm going to say as a guideline, it may be higher or lower at their discretion. An item may be crafted at a higher quality tier if they resist it. So, but this isn't all or nothing roll too. So if I say the tier is +5, and you roll 4 dice, and you don't hit a 5, then you don't make it, and you just
Right.
blow the coin in the thing.
And the wasted action. So,
You're right.
but I don't have to spend coin, right? I just get
Correct.
+1 quality per coin spent. Well, obviously, I'm not spending the group's money.
Yeah, and you get, it says invent or craft, so you do still get your +1 result level with your roll.
Right.
I'm going to say 3. I'm going to say the quality level is 3 for this thing.
Okay. And so then I
that,
roll.
that might be too much. It might be not enough. We have not done this part very much.
Roger. All right. So I have my highest die is a 5.
Oh wait, no. Here they have it here. An arcane or sparkcraft or alchemical Oh, these are modifications. Quality 3. Yeah. So that's Okay, I'm sorry. What did you roll?
I roll a 5 was my highest result.
Quality level is equal to tier. See, I don't fully understand this section.
I'm with you. I was
For
just
us, we're in
skimming
tier
it.
0.
You want to
but he gets
revisit
one
it
higher
next
result
time?
level, so it would be a tier 1.
So it's a tier 1 item, but what does that mean?
Yeah.
Because in this tier, in the game rules, tier has a definition,
Right.
and magnitude has a definition, and minimum quality has a definition.
Yeah, I thought I had my PDF on my my tablet here, but I don't.
Yeah.
So I was going to help you look that up.
Yeah, I mean, basically, the crafting rules, they make sense, but there's foundational knowledge that I have forgotten and don't know that I'd have to look up. But what I would say, I mean, you rolled a 5 on it and stuff, and we went through it, and it all sounds reasonable, and it's not like you're getting a tactical nuke. So no, that's fine.
Okay,
You got it.
cool. I've got it. So complex, consumable, and basically, if I want to bring it with me and use it, it's going to take up a bandolier.
No, the item does not take a bandolier. Shooting it takes up a bandolier charge.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That's what I meant.
Yeah.
Takes up a
Yeah,
charge. Yeah. So basically, if we go on and I've got it equipped in my kit and I use it, I have 3 uses on that score.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Up to 6 uses. The thing. Yeah.
Gotcha. Roger that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool.
And the really big advantage of it, though, is when it's just you don't roll. You just do it. It just works.
That's how I get around town.
Right.
That's how I avoid this demon.
That's right. Exactly. He's like, damn you and your ability to fly. I'm only a demon. I only control hellfire on the ground with the worms. All right, guys.
So my long-term project.
Oh, yeah.
I got to see if you're going to allow one thing, and if not, then I may swap some things around and start a
Chances of
different
me
one.
saying no are very low, especially.
Will you allow me to make my long-term project is I am creating
an Ass Blaster 4000?
Yes, except by which I mean a cult gang that
no. And it's not a matter of me not
imagine me saying no.
There's a reason why, right? Because what you're asking for is not a project. What you're asking for is something different. You're asking for a crew cohort. I will say 100% yes to a crew cohort that is a totally different mechanic. We have to have the crew sheet. We have to start leveling up the crew. The crew has to get a cohort. You have to talk these guys into letting that cohort go to you. And each one of these guys can have a cohort. It's just you guys have to earn it and get it and do the crew level up thing.
Okay.
I have no problem with you having a cult. We just have to do the right workflow.
Which means I probably a lot of ass from the group I'm not going to get. So it sounds like
that's not absolutely. There's no reason why you wouldn't.
Are you guys
I want
okay
you to have a
with
crazy cult?
Right.
Are you guys okay with the crew sheet not being, we're not cut purses or whatever. We are a cult.
We had a cohort in our first game that was run by Dawn's character, and they were drunken sailors.
Yeah, we as a group are whatever we choose, but this individual thing within it that is yours, that's what the cult is.
Yeah.
It's not that big of an ask for us.
Yeah, the crew is not a cult. So what
do I get out of a cohort? Like, the crew sheet's fairly straightforward. I'm looking at the crew sheet for a cult right now.
No,
what is a cohort exactly?
You get a bunch of dudes who do whatever you say. Let's think of an example here. So the score we did tonight, right? We go in, we do this stuff, we start this bar fight, we get this hand, right? But we've been playing for a while, and we have a bunch of brands in the fire here, and we're not getting in much money. Now I'm not talking the cult or you. I'm just talking like in a general sense. Like say that Jack has a cohort of just bravos. They're just a bunch of swarthy guys who beat people up. And we're like, all right, so we're going to do this bar fight. There's a bunch of heavy dudes in here. We have no coin. We've spent our coin doing this, that, and the other. We have no coin. So when we come out of this bar fight, we're going to be beat to crap. So we're going to need to hire doctors and all that sort of stuff. And that's going to cost money. While we're doing this, we're going to send Jack's cohort of Bravos to go knock over an old folks' home and steal their gold teeth. Like, they're just going to roll in there and they're just going to punching teeth out of mouths. And then they're going to melt the... I'm saying, cool, neat. We make some rolls. We see how successful that is. And if it's not, and then it gets coin. Or we could even say, you know how Lard had his dudes in there that to start the fight to get it going with you guys? Let's say Lard says, okay, I want you to start this bar fight, but it's all on you. I'm not giving you any resources for it. Well, you send your cohorts in there and you dress them up, and it's just like, okay, guys, you're taking a fall and you're going to lose some teeth in this because we're going to beat you up. That's how it's going to go. And they're like, all right, I don't know if I like this, but okay. And they're part of the plan. They're a resource that you control, but they're NPCs as well. They're your NPCs.
Yeah, that's not really what I was going for. I didn't want henchmen so much as because if you do it off the crew sheet, I'm not suggesting we do so. If that's out of bounds, that's out of bounds. But you actually get to start to develop their attributes. They start building a lair, and there's more.
No.
That's
like
I don't
a
just
whole
get
thing.
thugs that happen to be wearing cultist robes instead of Wayne's street brawler.
What you're asking for is you're asking for the crew to be cultists.
Okay, so
and that is
not
out
gonna
of bounds. That's not even me saying no.
So, okay, then I am changing. I'm dropping that, and I am instead going to switch my special ability, which I'd never even used, down to strange methods. And which is similar, it's the exact same as Broder's tinkering, but I have to give it some kind of magical or arcane spin. And
That's too bad. You would have used it in the second half.
And
Dan, I will tell you, there is going to be ghosts in this game.
Okay, I was just saying, because this really started to feel like my character was kind of useless.
You played half of one game. There are definitely going to be ghosts in this game.
And when that comes up, the rest of us are useless.
Like,
we have to roll to see if we pee our pants.
Like, actually, beyond you, they're actually a liability. Yeah.
All right, then I will instead just do training. I think I can. Let's see.
I think you can do training. There's a plus if you guys have a crew or have a hideout, but we don't have that yet. But
I can at least take 1 XP point for that. So it's better than just because otherwise I'd have nothing to do. So I'll just go ahead and spend it on training.
Yeah, I thought about doing that, but then Uncle Treacle went around bragging.
Bragging, yeah.
Shooting his mouth off.
That's what happens when you're a braggart.
Yeah.
That's right.
Okay, so do we want to do the XP calculation, or is there...
Yep, I was thinking that.
And that's all on you guys. I have nothing to do with it.
All right.
Okay, I rolled no desperate actions. I didn't get anything for that. Addressing a challenge with violence or coercion. I did that multiple times, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Okay. Expressed your beliefs, drives, heritage, or background.
If you did, I didn't see it.
The only thing I can think of for that, would have been calling out Reese that she is that she's not just a pretty woman in a dress, she's a fighter. Recognizing that and being like, it's obvious she's a fighter.
Okay, I'd grant you that.
And there's also when you were talking about the ghost thing with Dr. Proust.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, because he is scared of ghosts. He can't punch a ghost.
Yeah, he doesn't have ghost punching.
Yeah, and I'm not going to take that ability because I like this idea of he's this big tough guy, but he knows there are things out there that he can't touch. And that scares him. All right, so that covers me.
I think mine's easy. I did not roll in a desperate action. I did not do anything specific to express beliefs, drives, heritage, or background. But on more than one occasion, I used technical skill to address challenges, which would give me 2 XP, which I will dump both in special abilities.
I don't know what your background is, so I have no.
So I have academic, but I don't think that really shone. You know what I mean? I don't think it shined. I think that the technical aspects certainly did.
Yeah.
Well, for me, I didn't do anything desperate action. Did I address a challenge with calculation or conspiracy?
I think so, because your flashbacks were all your flashbacks were all gathering information and preparing things.
Yeah,
and you paid off the bartender to get information, and I think that counts.
Yeah, the thing with the kid, the thing with the waitress.
Oh yeah, the kid.
Yeah. Man, you were spidering it up. You're shooting your web all over the
I was
place.
shooting at Skeet.
Oh my God. Well, now that we're no longer actually in proper gaming, the whole time, Uncle Treacle, I just thought about how syrupy and saccharine sweet your ejaculate must be.
Yeah.
It's like a pointed Joe on my pancakes.
A little simple sugar for you. Express my beliefs, drives, heritage, or background. My background is trade. I don't know.
Second best biscotti and how you bought it from Opal.
Yeah, I guess so.
I mean, I'd give some for that.
I mean, that's straight up role playing right there.
And then that'd be it for me.
Okay, so
Yeah, and remember, you're not supposed to blast through the XP charts in one game, too.
okay,
Oh, yeah, of course.
so every time you roll desperate action, I did that twice. I've already marked those.
And that's just on the attribute part. For
Yeah,
that.
and I put it where it was supposed to go because it
Yep.
goes with the attribute that was used. You address a challenge with knowledge or arcane power. I can only think of one, which was the surgical stuff I did with that guy at the end.
I was about to say that was specifically knowledge, and that
Yes.
definitely falls under that.
Okay, so that's one. You expressed your beliefs, drives, heritage, or background. I spent the whole game doing that.
Right.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So you struggle with issues from your vice or traumas during the session.
And remember, when they say vice and traumas, they don't mean the RP traumas. They mean mechanical,
the mechanic,
cold, haunted.
okay.
Yeah.
So that didn't happen. So it'd be 3 XP outside of the hard push actions. So why did I give myself one? And
You did training too, right?
oh, training! I'm an idiot. Thank you. I suddenly could not remember because I'm putting it all in the playbook. But yeah, I suddenly couldn't remember. Like, why do I already have one there? That's right, because I did training. Okay.
Yeah, I'm actually not putting all mine into playbook. I'm going for prowess so I can bring my rec from 2 to 3.
Also, Dan, remember your compel is you summon a nearby ghost. So it's not a matter of, is there a ghost here that I can summon? You bring forth a ghost here to summon.
Yeah, and I think that's a little bit of a confusing wording because it says nearby, but doesn't describe what nearby is. It doesn't say like nearby, such as from a neighboring building, or something, or nearby is the same city block, the same city district. What is?
I think
or
the
is nearby
purpose
the
of it-
same room.
I think the purpose of it just means you're not calling a specific one.
Right.
It's whatever the closest one is. That's the one that comes.
Yeah. It is the one that appears forth from the from the plot as it is necessary to be there at that moment because you need it to be.
Yeah, and then you make it manifest and everyone freaks out and runs.
I think there's one thing we definitely got to do if this goes long term, which is we need to have a session 0, and I think the focus of it needs to be good old group template stuff, because my only critique with the game was it felt like I think we each have a good idea for our individual characters, but we don't have anything shared. Like we have no motivations, we have no ties. We are complete. I mean, we're the worst example of the D&D met in a bar adventuring group.
Yep.
We are 4 individuals going in 4 different directions that just have the job in common, and that's a terrible way to set up a group.
Yep.
Right.
So I think once again, if this goes long term, that is the first stop we have to make, is we have got to figure out what ties us together. What is it we have in common? What is it we agree on?
And then
what are the shared goals we have?
Ask everyone what their dangerous friends are.
Yeah.
Because some of those will cross over as well, and we can have connections through them.
And then also that can be engineered too. Like, let's say we find out that our dangerous friends and rivals, just so happens that none of them are connected. And you're like, well, that's boring. I want to switch mine to, I want my friend to be his rival, and that sort of thing. And also, I don't think the session 0 works in a text chat over the course of weeks.
No,
it has to be something where we're sitting down here like this talking.
Yeah, I think character creation actually worked better thinking about the characters, but not when it comes to the group.
Yeah.
Session 0 would be picking a crew type and filling it out as well. That's going to help us with figuring out goals.
So I think that I assume you guys all want to play next, the second.
Yeah, I definitely do.
Yeah.
Cool. So here's what I think we're going to do is we're going to in 2 weeks. So what is that? The 11th. We'll get together. Hopefully Brandon will be able to, see straight and not have a blinding headache. Poor guy. And then he'll be able to join us. And what we're going to do is we're going to start with making the crew. And then we're going to follow that up. Once we have the crew made, we're going to refine the characters. We're going to talk about how they're connected, how they know each other. Using this game as a sort of basis, and also be able to kind of focus in the characters. Like Dan, you're saying, you were thinking about switching ability around and then maybe not and stuff. If people want to switch things around, if they want to move things around, that would be the good time for it. So,
okay. And Wayne, when you did your heat reduction, you just reduced the 2 that Uncle Treacle added, correct?
Yeah, because I
So we're
only
still at
rolled
1.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Good. I wanted to make sure that my notes were correct.
I only rolled enough to get rid of 2.
Roger that.
cool. So I'm going to ask what did you guys like about the game? What did you not like about the game? I want honest feedback. I don't want anyone to say, "Who's good? Thanks, Chad. Bye."
I love all the characters. I think the 7 questions that you had us do leading up has made characters that we have all thought a lot about. And each character is interesting. And we've got more backstories for all of them, I think, in our heads than, anything near what comes out.
Yeah.
So that's the first thing I'll throw out there is I love all these characters. And they are going to cause so much trouble for all of us.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you guys have made a good mix in your characters of lots of internal damage and trauma, yet they are still functional. A lot of you guys really ride that line. I think that people can make dark trauma characters, and then it gets to a point where it's like, they're just fucking depressing, and that's not you guys. It's neat to watch the traumas influence the decisions and not bog them down.
I think my biggest struggle at this point is I'm not sure my character fits into this at all
Right.
because and now let's go. It starts with the fact that none of our characters have tie-ins to each other.
You made the character, and this is not you made it. This everybody did.
It is a
because
statement
of
of fact. Yeah.
You made the character in a vacuum. It's a great character. I love the character. Your character is the most Blades in the Dark thing I've seen that isn't defined in the book, because it's an inmate in an insane asylum that has a certain set of skills that then gets sold out to rented out to criminals. That's brutal. I love it. Does it fit with this group? I don't know.
I don't know either.
That's going to be up to you.
Well, yeah, and like for example, there's some of his abilities that if we aren't pursuing the right type of gang, they get shut out for me. Like, for example, well, yeah, I start to like one of them is I can do ritual sorcery, but as I understand it, in order to do ritual sorcery, I need there's like I was looking at the gang templates. That's actually a room in the lair that you need to do that.
So actually, my thing would be you can do ritual sorcery. You can study the occult ritual or create a new one to summon a supernatural being, a supernatural effect or being. You know arcane methods to perform ritual sorcery. You become blah blah blah. The question is not can you do it. The question is why. In this group, this setting, and with what they do, why?
Yeah,
with a different group, it would be obvious.
The big thing about having things within that you take within the layer is you then have it right there and available, and it's easy to get to. But if you don't have it there, then you just have to find somewhere else to do that thing. You know, like if you don't have a library, you spend a lot of time going to the public library, and you don't have that at hand. You're limited to the times you can go and things like that.
Yeah. The two hardest playbooks to play are the Leech and the Whisper, because they have a lot of finicky parts to them that none of the other playbooks have.
They're also some of the most fun.
They are some of the most fun because they're some of the most crazy stuff that they can do. I mean, like Tempest is you're a wizard, right? You are shooting lightning out of your hands. You are creating storms and such. Whispers are great. Whispers are I almost would say whispers are very necessary, but yeah, they're very difficult to play if you're not like really hooked into them. If you and like I said, if you're not feeling the character and you're not feeling the playbook, now is the time to change it when we do the next.
Yeah, I don't know, and I'm not saying yes, no, or I'm just saying I need to think about it because I think part of the reason where I figured this would still work is, greatest high in role playing is you can do anything you want or be anything you want. Is I figured, well, I'll just make my big project spinning off a cult that actually has, those, we'll be building those facilities, or the insane asylum itself counts as the cult. Yeah. So I have access to those things.
You can make a project of I'm building this in the insane asylum.
Well, and the thing is that something you want to do? And the reason I ask that is it sounds like that whole thing is you doing a different game. Like the crew is here knocking over scores, stealing stuff, building a gang, building rep, and you're building a cult facility with cultists that none of the gang are part of.
The only reason I don't think it would be a separate game is because it would be a downtime thing.
Right.
Apart from him possibly having, eventually getting like contacts or something that are members of the cult or blackmailed by the cult or something like that, that it would 90% of this would all occur in the between run stuff, not
right. Well, and so that's just it. And it's cool. Again, I don't have a problem with it. It's awesome. how would that apply to the game? And I don't mean in a negative way, right? Like it's like, oh, this is distracting, or this is this or this. It's like Dan is having Dr. Prost invest a large amount of resources, downtime action, coin, rolls, projects, time, effort into making this thing that does not actually impact what the gang is doing.
Well, that's why.
Well, I think it would in the same way that Brodor's his inventions do, because it's once again, if we use the crew sheet for the cult, it starts adding things onto my character that I can use in the benefit of the group during action, but I develop them in downtime.
But we can't really use the cult crew
right?
sheet.
I know, which is why. So that's
well. What I was going to say is, I think the idea thematically of Dan's character being our spiritual like guru that we bring out of the fucking asylum every once in a while, that I'm saying we go 100% buy into this cult. we play the cult gang, and it's just like, it's like, all right, well, is it time? It's time. Let's bring out the doctor. And they fucking rolled Dr. Proust out and like, okay, what do you what insight do you have for us now, doctor? That kind of thing.
Well, another question is, Chad, would you allow us, and I'd have to run this course past the rest of the group to see if they're okay with this, but would you allow us to play the blank crew sheet and mishmash stuff from the other crew sheets?
I mean, I'm not. It's not the special abilities of the crew sheets that has me. That would give me a pause. It's what are we going for? On whole, like assassins. I know what assassins are going for. They're killing motherfuckers for money. I know what the others are, the hawkers are going. They're trying to smuggle stuff. The shadows, I know what they're going for. Smugglers know what they're going for. Like a mishmash of cult stuff. Then like what's the theme here? What kind of crew are you trying to make? The only crew, and this is actually has nothing to do with your character, Dan. The only crew that I don't really care for is the cult, not for any mechanical reason, but because when everyone is playing a cultist in the cult, it's a different game. There's nothing wrong with the game. It's we go from criminal scoundrel bravos to we're now playing Call of Cthulhu and Duskwall.
Well, and I think what I'm struggling with is, like, for example, Brodor, if he does this tinker thing, he can do that at home on his kitchen table.
You can do the ritual thing at home on your kitchen table.
There's a list, though, of whisper abilities that are not like that. Admittedly, I've not read the rules exhaustively, but for example, travel into the Deathlands. I cannot do that without the Ancient Gate, is my understanding.
Which one is that?
And
is that the super advanced ones?
It's like his ability to like slip between realms and
that's
such.
Not on the whisper sheet, is it? The playbook?
No, I don't think it is. Well, sort of. I don't know.
No, because there are advanced ones that are like prestige classes, right? Like there's the Aruvian Sword School and stuff. That is like doing a prestige class. It's like I've only seen one person get one ability from it once, and it was a pain in the ass to get.
Like, a simple one is if I get into healing stuff, which I want to do because he's supposed to be a surgeon. That's the place to do that is a facility within the hideout. It's not, it's like I said, it's not.
What do you mean? On cultists specifically? Because that's not a cultist thing.
Oh, yeah, it is. Sacred Nexus, +1d to all healing rolls between in the downtime.
I mean, you don't need a cultist and then the arcane thing to do that. I mean, we just say.
But I guess that's what I'm asking is what's the mechanism by which I gain personal medical facilities?
assassins have infirmary. Plus 1d to healing rolls. Not that I say you should play assassins, but yeah.
Like in the past, personal facilities that are not gang resources have just been projects.
Yeah.
So like somebody wanted to make extra coin, they start a clock to have a side business of, an apothecary shop was one that a leech used.
Bravos, infirmary, plus 1d to healing rolls. I think they all have it. It's just a different name. And it's just a bonus thing. All of the crews heal. You could have a crew where nobody has a leech and nobody does healing anything, and you spend coin. That's the assets. You hire a leech to heal. I mean, it's ultimately what do you want out of the character and stuff? Because this is all just trappings.
Yeah, I don't think in any of the games we've ever had a facility for the healing.
Yeah.
It's never been a problem. We have had Physiker, and
smugglers have ancient gates, safe passage to the Deathlands. Nice.
Yeah, we had Physiker, and it was just everyone got a +1 to their healing rolls, whether they were working with that person or not.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let me think about it. I'll either keep this character and figure something out, or I'll just transfer the XP to a different character archetype.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah. Looking at this. Oh, go ahead.
So I'm looking through all the crew sheets, and the original one I think was Thieves, which now is folded under Shadows.
Mm-hmm.
Shadows are thieves, spies, and saboteurs.
Yeah.
I have no idea what crew type I would suggest for us.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm struck between like maybe Bravos, mercenaries, thugs, and killers, based on what the one session we've had. Or
see, and that's why we need to do a session 0, where it's like you don't say, well, this is what we have done and this is what my character's like. You ask yourself the meta question of, what do we want to do? It's like, do we want to be thieves? Do we want to be like a gang? Like we're gonna start being the new gang out there. We're gonna grow to be more of a crew, more than a crew, and then we maybe use the blank one or something like that. So, yeah, it's something to think about.
Why does PDF save once but not twice?
What?
Oh, my character sheets. It's a fill-in PDF, and it saved once, but now won't save any additional changes. I'm trying to figure out what the hell's going on with this thing.
Yeah,
I will say, Dan, having played Leeches and Whispers, both of them, they tend to be outsiders in the group. If the group is a group of non-paranormal.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of my question is the one that Chad keeps pointing back to me is, well, what do you want to do? What do you want to be? And the answer is, since I can't be the thing I wanted to be, what is left for me? And I'm not sure I have a clear view for that.
Yeah, because it's definitely, there's super useful and they're incredible in the group, but they do tend to be, they're the weird ones.
Yep. Whispers and Leeches.
Yeah, unless you have multiple Whispers and Leeches in the group, and then everyone's the weird one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Whispers are fantastic playbooks. They're really awesome.
Yeah, it is. I think it's my favorite playbook.
Mm-hmm.
Although Leech is pretty good too.
Yeah. All right, guys. I'm going to call it because I'm starting to pass out.
Okay.
All right.
You want to sign out to the listeners?
Yeah, thank you guys for catching up with this. I don't know where exactly we go from here or whatever. We're still feeling some things out. But yeah, thank you guys for tuning in. And whatever is on, we will catch you guys next time.
Later.